News.
Good morning to you. It's 6 o'clock on Sunday, the 12th of June. This is Breakfast on GB News with Stephen and Anne.
And we're live across the whole of the UK on both your TV and your radio. Wherever you are, you can take us with you.
Yes, and if you're catching up via the GB News app or checking out our videos on the YouTube channel, if you're on YouTube, don't forget to subscribe, by the way. We are here for you today, wherever you are and whatever you're doing.
Coming up on this morning's programme, campaigners will take their challenge against the Rwandan migrant policy to the Court of Appeal on Monday after the first flight to take asylum seekers to the African nation was given the green light. But following the Prince of Wales expressing his disappointment at the policy, will the government be forced into a U-turn?
Environmentalists have condemned Boris Johnson's post-Brexit food strategy ahead of the Tiverton and Honiton by-election. Farmers say the policy will add to the worsening cost of living crisis and make producing affordable British food even harder.
Prince Andrew is set to attend the Order of the Garter Day at Windsor Castle, making his first public appearance since Prince Philip's memorial service. This comes as the Queen reportedly conducted family meetings to find a new role for him, but could this lead to more of a backlash?
I'd love to know what you think about that or about anything we're talking about today. We'd love to hear from you. We always do. Drop us an email, gbviews@gbnews.uk, or you can tweet us @gbnews.
And do remember to subscribe to our YouTube channel, where you can catch all the highlights and the biggest moments from today's show, but also, of course, watch us live.
So our main news this morning, campaigners against the government's policy to send migrants to Rwanda say they'll now take their fight to the Court of Appeal tomorrow.
And that comes, of course, after the High Court said the first flight to take asylum seekers from the UK to Rwanda is currently set for departure on Tuesday.
Well, let's talk through some of the legal proceedings and all of this. Immigration lawyer Skylar McKeith joins us now. Skylar, morning to you. Look, the fact that the High Court said on Friday that this was a legal thing to do, but what grounds are there for appeal?
Yeah, so the question on everyone's mind is this arrangement legal? And at the moment, it really remains to be seen. Currently, under the immigration rules, an applicant whose asylum application is treated as inadmissible may be removed to a safe third country. And where an application may be treated as inadmissible can be for a number of reasons, including where an applicant passes through a safe third country and fails to make an application there. And until now, the UK has not had arrangements in place with other countries to remove those asylum seekers. It could only remove individuals in more limited circumstances, such as when an individual has refugee status in a safe third country. And what the Borders Bill would allow for is the transfer to another country of an individual who has lodged an asylum claim in the UK, rather than having it be declared inadmissible. Now, the issue is that the Refugee Convention does not explicitly prevent the removal of a refugee to a safe third country. But the removal to a safe third country where a person's human rights would be violated would be unlawful. And so I'll give you an example of that. And that would be if that individual would be exposed to torture or degrading treatment. And certain organizations have pointed out that Rwanda's situation for the LGBTQ community is poor, and they anticipate that human rights concerns may come to light as a result of that. On a separate note as well, the United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees considers this arrangement to not meet the requirements necessary to be considered a lawful and appropriate bilateral transfer arrangement. And they have also considered it to contain inadequate safeguards to guarantee international protection.
It sounds very, very complex, and some of it's hypothetical as well. If they're going to try and lodge an appeal before a flight on Tuesday, can they possibly get that done in what would basically be just one day?
It's possible. The High Court judge denied the injunction to bar the first flight. And it's important to note that the court has not decided that the plan is lawful. They have decided it is acceptable for the Home Office to proceed unless and until it is found unlawful. So the judge accepted the removal to Rwanda will be onerous and granted the right of appeal against the decision. So a full judicial review is due to take place before the end of July, but it remains to be seen as to what will happen next week.
I mean, you mentioned the Rwanda not being a safe place for LGBT people, which perhaps there's merit in that argument. But does that open a door? And I know this is a hypothetical, but does that open the door to anyone wanting to appeal this decision, just saying, well, actually, I'm LGBT, and therefore they've got a case, even though it may not be true?
I suppose that is possible, but you do have to provide proof to some extent. But yeah, I suppose it could open the door to the floodgates, but it really depends.
And if this does go ahead, and if it becomes common that before anyone is put on a flight to Rwanda, they have this ability to appeal against that, it's going to be very long, it's going to involve a lot of lawyers, and it's going to be very expensive, isn't it, for every single individual?
Yes, it could be very expensive for individuals. It is important to note as well that offshoring is not a new concept. It was implemented and then abandoned by Australia. So this is not something that is necessarily new. Priti Patel described this agreement as the biggest overhaul of the immigration system in decades, and the policy marks the first arrangement between the UK and another country for the removal of asylum seekers. So it allows the UK government to send asylum applicants to Rwanda, where their applications are processed in line with the national law of Rwanda and in conjunction with the Refugee Convention.
OK.
Do you think a lot? So can I just ask? Do you think a lot of the problem that over this is because it's Rwanda, and Rwanda to the ordinary average Brit means it still, unfortunately, has that connotation of genocide and of terrible atrocity in the past. But that in fact it is a very different place now, and maybe it's just our perception that's wrong.
That's possible. I think it's also quite shocking to remove individuals who have arrived in the UK. So I think that is what's causing a lot of the discussions going on at the moment. And it's the first time really that this has happened.
Oh, it's interesting, though, that you think it's a shocking policy then. I mean, it's not something as an immigration law that you think has any credence.
I think in general to the public it is shocking. It's surprising to the public, yes.
I think to a great many of the public, but also a great many, and Prince Charles has come in for quite a lot of criticism by being outspoken about it, albeit in a private conversation. He called the Rwanda scheme appalling. But a lot of people have said, yes, but that's all very well because his life isn't impacted by immigration. People whose lives are impacted in a way that they see as negative by immigration feel very differently.
Well, Priti Patel said the agreement would put an end to the deadly trade in people smuggling. So that was the main issue in her opinion. And under the new arrangement, anyone who crosses the channel by small boat could be relocated to Rwanda. And she claims that the new policy will deter illegal entry and be a major blow to evil people smugglers. So along with the bill, there is an explanatory note, and it states that the purpose of such a model is to manage the UK's asylum intake and to deter irregular migration and clandestine entry to the UK.
Yeah, I mean, there's some merit to that, isn't there, as an argument, in the sense that something has to be done. It's the clandestine entry which is problematic at the moment, because it's something over which we have zero control, and we're not really getting much help from the French side.
Yeah, so that was the main issue, and so that's what they are trying to overcome by implementing this new policy.
OK, look, Skylar, it's really good to talk to you this morning. Thanks for explaining one or two bits on that for us. We appreciate it. Skylar McKeith there, an immigration lawyer. It raises some very interesting points. Love to know what you think.
There's a big opinion piece in the Mail on Sunday today saying exactly that it's all very well for Prince Charles and others to have a view that maybe, the Archbishop of Canterbury, for instance, saying that they don't approve, but their lives aren't personally impacted by the negative side of illegal immigration. And maybe if you live in an area where you feel that is happening to you, you have a very different point of view on illegal immigration, and you welcome something that might actually achieve something.
See, what I don't understand with the whole argument, and I think this is where it becomes very complicated, is this whole issue of moving on from a safe country. Well,
everybody who's come here has come
from a safe country,
yes,
haven't they?
I think so, haven't they?
So
They've had to come through a safe country.
So quite why they can't be sent back to France if they're found to be an illegal immigrant, a clandestine migrant. Why can't they be sent back to France? I mean, I don't understand the politics of it all, because it is very complex.
It is very political, isn't it? But, I mean, depending on where you live, maybe you have a very different point of view. Do get in touch with us. GBViews at gbnews.uk. Do you see it in the same way that Prince Charles or the Archbishop of Canterbury sees it? Or do you agree with Priti Patel that at least something has got to be done and this may well work?
Now, in other news for you this morning, the Tories are preparing, of course, for a key by-election in Tiverton and Honiton. And the Prime Minister, as we know, is facing a bit of a backlash over many things. But something else has added to it now. It's West Country farmers not happy over his post-Brexit food strategy.
Yes, he's really getting stick for everything now, isn't he? The National Farmers Union say initial proposals to help farmers increase food production had now been stripped to the bone in this new policy document.
Yeah, they say the policy would actually leave them poorer and unable to compete with foreign producers. Let's talk to Portia Berry-Kilby, a political commentator with Young Voices UK. Good to see you this morning, Portia. Look, what's wrong with this policy? I mean, we were talking about, it was in the papers yesterday, and we said, on the surface, it looks like a positive thing, more food security for the UK. So what are the farmers unhappy with?
At the heart, I think it's an issue of vagueness. It's been criticised from all sides for being a very vague policy and saying there's certain commitments but not actually implementing that. And then on the other side, you have a massive U-turn from making a commitment to wilding land. And now it's a U-turn on that. There's limited land for rewilding that they're putting forward. So it's kind of from one thing to another. And yes, it is a U-turn from the environmental focus to food security, but there's not really a clear way forward for farmers.
So, in effect, what Boris has done by watering down the policies of which he was so proud after COP26 is he's angered both the environmentalists because he hasn't gone far enough with his environmental policies, and he seems to be angering the farmers as well, who's saying it's just not realistic anymore.
That's entirely right. So he's kind of angered both camps, and then rather than actually getting support, he's alienated himself even further. There is something of a hope amongst some farmers, or like the thought process here is that the farmers will be more on board because he's ditched their rewilding plans and is prioritising food production, but the actual details is somewhat lost, so it's not really enough. And the lobby has voiced opposition and also said that, farmers care about the environment as well. You can't just sing one out. There has to be consistency here.
It is part of the issue that with the rewilding policy, farmers will be getting a subsidy for, in effect, leaving land alone, and now it's going to involve them sort of reusing that land and actually getting back to work again. And not that farmers don't work very hard already, don't get me wrong.
But growing more of our own fruit and vegetables as well.
Entirely that. And they were going to redesign the subsidy so that there was a third given for certain environmentally friendly methods and sustainability methods, and more given to rewilding and that sort of thing. So, if you're making a long-term strategy on a farm, which is necessary and you have to do, this has suddenly been scuppered. There's been collaboration efforts to kind of unite land with nearby farms to give that over to rewilding projects. And now this has all been kind of put at a standstill. And I think there'll be 15 applications approved for rewilding. They've already had 50 applications. And that obviously takes a lot of time and planning on the farmers' parts. And thinking that would be guaranteed income, for that to just be kind of done away with. It's gone from £800 million budget to 50 million, which is a huge decrease. But that said, I think some farmers will be happy because now it makes sense to have land and use it for food production, especially in the current climate. And when you've got imports for food being at a record high and local production at a record low, then of course there's going to be some voices and some votes kind of encouraged by this revised plan.
OK, Portia, we've got to leave it there. Thank you very much indeed. What intrigues me, and I'm from a farming community and farming family on one side of the family.
All right.
Shipbuilders on one side, farmers on the other.
Oh, wow. It's kept Britain going in the dark times.
We have done, yes, we have done. The Dixons and the Nelsons and all the rest of it. But what intrigues me with all of this is farmers, surely there is potential there for farmers who've worked very hard and often earn very little money to have the potential now to earn more money. If there's going to be an increased demand for what they can do in terms of arable farming and in terms of livestock, perhaps there's a potential for them for farms to grow for the first time in decades with this sort of policy.
Yeah, but that means an awful lot more hard work.
More work, yeah, but getting more employees on board and...
I don't really understand very much about farming at all, but I watched Jeremy Clarkson's farming programme where I first got... Did you not like it?
Well, no, I think it's a great...
What did your side of the family think?
I think it's a great show. I don't know if it really puts it in a sort of genuine perspective or not.
I don't know. It just showed an awful lot of hard work goes into it. And at the end of the first year, he made about, £17 profit.
Yeah.
And it looked like it was heartbreakingly hard work for very, very little return. Can farmers do more? I mean, clearly we want them to do more.
Yeah.
Maybe we ought to do, it's a sort of the wartime spirit again, is maybe instead of having decorative gardens, we should actually put our gardens, if we've got them, to use.
Yeah. Well, there's a lot to be said for that.
Have you got a vegetable patch?
I haven't got a vegetable patch, no. I've not got very good... where I live, it's very clayey.
We could have raised beds.
So you'd have to have raised...
You'd
probably have to have raised beds.
I wonder if anyone's thought of that, actually, yet, whether it's changed your mind about your garden. I'd love to have some raised beds, actually, and grow my own veggies. I
think a lot of people are doing it, though. A lot of people are doing it. My brother's started growing a lot of his own veg and things.
Does it make a difference, again? Does it? I mean, I know it's lovely to sort of pick your own tomato and something you've sort of grown in your own garden, but does it actually make a difference to your weekly shop, as it were? Does it really? Yeah,
well, I'll tell you what, when I was growing up, we had a bit of a field down the lane, which was a relief because Dad was unemployed and Mum didn't earn a lot as a teacher and we had no money. And we grew all of our own veg. And it's the only way we could survive. And I tell you what, it was hard work doing that. It was a fairly big plot. We grew everything you could think of.
Yeah, we did that too.
But by heck, it tasted good.
Oh, it tasted good. But I just wonder if it financially makes a real difference to your weekly shop, to your, and also maybe even to your diet as well. Yeah. You're more likely to eat vegetables and fruit if you've grown them yourself.
And you're not going to waste it.
No, that's very true. Yeah. We used to grow corn on the cob.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, because it looks like it's a wonderful plant, it looks fantastic. Row of corn, sweet corns. And my dad was obsessed with runner beans.
Oh, runner beans.
Which I don't like eating, but I used to enjoy growing.
I like runner beans. Broad beans.
Yeah.
Oh, peas are a nightmare, because me and Richard, my brother, we used to pick the peas, because we were only little. That was our job, picking the peas. Unfortunately, we used to eat most of them before they went in the bag. Raw peas like that.
Rhubarb, another one, very easy to grow, really lovely to eat. Rhubarb pie.
Oh, rhubarb crumble.
Rhubarb and custard.
Oh, don't set me off.
I know. Well, but maybe because we've become a supermarket culture, we've lost all of those very, basic. I I don't know, the good things in life.
Yeah, and then, of course, everything comes with a use-by date on it, and you think, oh, chuck it out.
Yeah. Well, they don't if you grow your own. You have to use your own sense, don't you?
This is it.
Tell us, go on, get in touch. GBViews at gbnews.uk. Do you grow your own fruit and vegetables? If so, what brings you the most delight? And does it make a difference to what you're actually spending when you do go to the supermarket?
And if you're a farmer, what do you think of these plans? Because I'd love to hear from your perspective on that one. It is 19 minutes past 6. There you go. Let's bring you up to date with what's going on today. And with the government's Rwanda policy in the spotlight, protesters took action in southeast London as immigration officers tried to arrest a man suspected of overstaying his visa. Police were called to Peckham, where dozens of people had gathered to block a van sent to collect him. The man was eventually released on immigration bail.
Agency workers could be called in to replace striking rail staff. The government is considering legal changes to allow agency workers to fill in for staff, and it's understood that Transport Secretary Grant Shapps has not ruled out the option. It comes, of course, as train drivers are going to strike over pay, which threatens huge travel disruption in the coming weeks.
Now, today, the Queen becomes the world's second longest reigning monarch in history. Her Majesty overtakes Kim Bhumibol of Thailand, who passed away in 2016.
Our royal reporter Cameron Walker takes a look at what the Queen really means to the people of Britain.
4 balcony appearances, 1 remarkable woman. Her Majesty's been on the throne for 70 years and 126 days, overtaking the late King Bhumibol of Thailand, who died in 2016. Queen Elizabeth II is the last remaining living link amongst world leaders to the Second World War. It's her lasting presence, royal historian Rafe Hadel-Menku thinks, that's kept this country stable.
Her Majesty has been able to transition Britain from being an imperial power to a post-imperial power, and she's been able to manage that decline by keeping the nation together. If you look at France, a republic, when it lost its empire, there was huge strife and rioting and bloodshed, but Her Majesty somehow managed to use the trappings of royalty to make us all feel reassured. She's been that constant in our lives, that rock that grounds us.
Last week's Platinum Jubilee celebrations was a chance for the whole country to celebrate the Queen's 70 years of service, the first time the United Kingdom had celebrated a Platinum Jubilee. Her ongoing mobility issues meant she couldn't attend every celebration, but 3 balcony appearances as well as a Paddington Bear cameo created cheers across the nation.
She's just a real icon, just somebody that's been around sort of all of my life.
I love the Queen.
She's very nice and pretty.
70 years on, it's a great feeling that she's lasted this long and done such a good job.
She's meant a lot all my life, grandparents and stuff like that, you know, from the war. She's a leader.
The Queen says there's no guidebook to follow when it comes to 70 years on the throne. Her Majesty remains committed to serving, in her own words, to the best of her ability, supported by her family. Her son, Prince Charles, for the first time represented her at this year's state opening of Parliament and at Trooping the Colour. And Buckingham Palace will not confirm if tomorrow Charles will represent the Queen again to bestow the highest and oldest royal honour on his wife, the Duchess of Cornwall, when she's elevated to the Royal Lady of the Most Noble Order of the Garter. The Queen's wish for the future Queen Consort. In 2024, Her Majesty is set to become the world's longest reigning monarch in history. Prime Ministers come and go, but the Queen remains constant. Cameron Walker, GB News.
Oh, bless her.
And that lovely picture there of the Queen coming out on the balcony at the end of the Jubilee celebrations, apparently she wasn't going to do it. There's a story in the Mail today saying that she wasn't feeling that good, and she said, no, I'm going to stay at Windsor Castle today. And so she had no plans to come down to London. And then apparently, about 3 hours before she eventually appeared, Prince Charles phoned her and said, you won't believe the atmosphere here. There are so many people. It's unbelievable. It's incredible. They want you. Please come. And so she sort of told her driver to take her to Buckingham Palace. And she arrived just a short while. When we saw the flag go up, she arrived then. And that was a last-minute decision because she wasn't feeling that good. but she was overcome, apparently, with tears in her eyes when she walked off the balcony, according to palace insiders.
Oh, isn't that nice?
Yeah.
You see, she does put herself out. I mean, you might, for those cynics who say, well, she only walked onto a balcony, she's 96 years old.
And she wasn't feeling that good that day, apparently.
It's a lot to ask, actually, of anyone that age, never mind Her Majesty. And it is what the people wanted.
It was
a wonderful moment.
And if Prince Charles sussed that and actually put in the call and actually did persuade her to come, he made the right call, didn't he?
Oh,
he really did. Yeah.
Absolutely. I thought it was a lovely weekend.
It was absolutely the icing on the cake.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Brilliant.
To round it off with Her Majesty. Interesting, when I was driving home yesterday, I don't know if it's anything to do with the bad weather last Sunday, but I was driving a little village called Hotcliffe. Blooming out, the bunting was out. There were cars all draped in flags. They're all beeping and people lining the streets.
Just you going through?
Oh, well, I thought so.
Did you do a wave?
I should have done, shouldn't I? But I guess they were just having a big street party.
Yes, I suppose a lot of people put them off, maybe because of the rain, as you're saying.
But they weren't letting the fact they were a week late spoil the fun.
Well, why
great.
do it? It was a lovely day in most places yesterday, wasn't it? The afternoon was lovely and sunny.
Yeah, it was really strange, though, driving. Oh, what's going on here? There you go, still celebrating. It is 6:24. Stay with us. We've got plenty more to come, including more on the Royals, actually, as Prince Andrew earned his place back by the Queen's side. Let us know what you think. Looking at the weather then, the UK is generally fine. Some scattered showers, though a dry day for many. Here are the details.
A chance of the odd shower for northern coasts during this morning across southwest England, though it will be mainly dry for much of the region with sunny spells.
Across southeast England, a fine morning with sunny spells, a low risk of seeing an isolated shower for a time.
And a calmer day across Wales than yesterday, though it will still be breezy in the north of the country. Generally fine with just the odd shower this morning.
Now, across to the Midlands, it's going to be a fine start to the day. The odd isolated shower at first, so there will be sunny spells as well. Feeling quite pleasant in the sunshine.
And there will be lighter winds across northeast England than yesterday. It'll be a fine day, some scattered showers around this morning, though there will be sunny spells in between.
A drier day across Scotland than yesterday. Winds easing as well, though there will be one or two scattered showers, particularly in the north and west, but sunny spells as well.
A mixture of sunny spells and scattered showers for Northern Ireland as well this morning. Winds will start to ease, though, and it will still be a bit breezy to start the day. A generally fine afternoon then, right across the UK, though there will still be scattered showers mainly in the northwest. And that's your weather today.
We are GB News.
We're right across this great nation.
On TV, on radio, on digital.
Absolutely everywhere. We don't talk down to you.
We embrace all voices.
With honest and civilised conversation.
We're not part of the establishment.
We're one of you.
And we're only getting started.
Join us on GB News,
the People's Channel.
Britain's news channel.
Every morning from 6 o'clock, we'll wake you up with GB News Breakfast with all the stories you didn't know from the night before.
So whether it's serious news, entertainment, or your own views from all over our great nation, we're here to kick off your day with a smile.
And the national media should be reflecting and reporting what's happening here.
You will notice the northwestern accents.
Whether you're with us on TV, radio, or online, every morning, it's breakfast from 6 a.m. Hope you can join us.
Join us for Ministry of Offence, the comedy panel show that's just like the news, in that the left fights the right and it doesn't really seem to matter who wins. We cover the big stories. It was in fact a troop of baboons and not angry vegans.
I like that.
And the really important stories.
Fat naked cow gets stuck in swimming pool.
It's a headline in a lot of local newspapers. Yeah.
We're on the same team, Nick. Yeah, but I'm just helping you.
Join us for Ministry of Offence, Saturday nights, 8 o'clock on GB News.
I'm Dan Wootton. Join me Monday to Thursday from 9 to 11 for the feistiest and most fun news debate on TV, where free speech reigns. I'll bring you a sharp take on the day's biggest stories, bombshell newsmaker interviews, and A-list guests. And I guarantee you, no spin, no bias, no censorship, and no reason to go to bed. That's Dan Wootton Tonight, Monday to Thursdays from 9 on GB News.
Welcome back. You're watching. What are you giggling about?
Well, I tell you what. Yesterday afternoon, we had Nikki French. We had talking Eurovision the other weekend. Yeah. She's a really good friend of mine. She's in a musical at the minute. She said, "Why don't you come and see me?" And it was yesterday afternoon, and I went to see Menopause the musical. Which was an interesting experience. It was hilarious.
Yeah, and you and your husband were the only men in there.
Yeah. But it was really, really funny. But one of the songs they do is about technology and the moaning about technology, women and technology. They were making the jokes, not us. It's just the fact you were sat there banging on your computer saying, "Why don't you wake up?
Yeah, wake up this way, wake up." I shouted at it. Well, you do, don't you?
It just reminded me of the show yesterday.
Yeah, OK, all right, thank you very much.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Yeah, places me as a woman of a certain age, I suppose.
Tell you what, it's a great show. It's a bit close to the bone, though.
Yes, I've been to one of those sort of similar shows, and they are very close to the bone. Yeah. And as you said, I mean, usually the theatre is just nothing but women, a sort of sea of oestrogen there. Yeah. But that's what it's all about.
But I tell you what was quite nice. There were a few jokes about ladies and gentlemen, if you know what I mean. And there was a row of quite old ladies in front of us who were laughing their socks off at the smuttiest bits.
Yes.
And that was actually really nice to see.
It's sort of good old-fashioned sort of smutty humour, though, isn't it? It's like picture postcard humour.
Yeah, I quite enjoyed it. It wasn't very PC, but then I quite liked it.
Well, you can't have a show like that and be PC at the same time, can you?
Very good. Anyway, so there you go. That was my afternoon yesterday.
Yeah. More royal news, of course. Now, Prince Andrew, who, of course, had COVID, which was the reason, apparently, he couldn't join in with the Jubilee ceremony, has now got over his COVID, apparently, and now plans to attend Garter Day at Windsor Castle in his first public appearance since Prince Philip's memorial service.
Now, the palace is yet to announce whether the Duke of York will confirm his appearance or whether the Queen herself will join senior royals at the ceremony.
Well, joining us now is the royal editor of The Sun, Duncan Larkham. Hello there, Duncan. Very good morning to you. Isn't it funny? We sort of shrugged off Prince Andrew last week, but he's back in the news now.
Yes, I mean, I think that those that might have thought the Jubilee without Prince Andrew was a taste of the royal family to come might be a bit surprised to hear that, yes, he might be making another appearance. He's back, you know. Prince Andrew is an issue that sort of won't go away, Anne, if I'm honest. And here we are talking about him yet again. It's very difficult. What does the Queen actually do? She's effectively sacked her son 2 years ago. By removing him from being a working member of the royal family. But that doesn't mean he's never going to appear again. He can't just vanish. So unfortunately, I think stories like this are an inevitable part, really, of the rest of Prince Andrew's life.
It's presumably going to be a very, very small role if he does attend. I mean, he's literally going to be there rather than actually doing anything, one would presume.
Yeah, you get the impression, don't you? I mean, obviously, Prince Andrew had COVID during the 4-day Jubilee celebrations, so I suppose in a way it kind of didn't become an issue. But he would have made the odd appearance. He would have been at St Paul's Cathedral when the rest of the family gathered without the Queen, so he wouldn't have been invisible. So really, the Order of the Garter, this is a sort of historic business of the royal family. And it is significant throughout as an event during the year. So I think this sort of shows to us that the Queen isn't going to completely banish the guy out of sight, out of mind. He has to still be in existence and will have to make the odd appearance. And they'll just hope that the focus gradually won't be on Prince Andrew and that he will fade into the shadows.
The other new Knights of the Garter that we'll see, because this is the time when they walk through Windsor, also to a certain part of Windsor, and they're always in their incredible feathers and ermine and velvet and everything. I mean, it really is a showy event. David Attenborough is a new Knight of the Garter. I presume he will be there, and there are others, but not the Queen.
No, once again, the Queen, we were led to believe that she may attend, she may not. We now know that she won't be making an appearance. again, this is the new normal, perhaps after the Jubilee, where the Queen is still in power, if you like. She's still the head of state, but those functions are being increasingly carried out by her son and heir, Prince Charles. So the Order of the Garter is incredibly important in terms of its sort of historic significance. It is all the regalia and it is all the sort of pomp of the monarch. But those things are important to the Queen. You know, people describing her as a modernizer. Well, she is, but modernizing in a very, very old-fashioned way, if you like. Prince Andrew can't be locked in a cupboard. I mean, that's basically the story here. What do you do with a prince whose reputation has been utterly shredded throughout the world?
There are rumours, aren't there rumours that he is going to be sort of, not banished, but given a job in Scotland? Yeah. What sort of job, we don't know, where he's sort of away from the main media spotlight.
I read that with interest this morning, and as someone who's half Scottish, I hardly see what we've all done to deserve having him banished off to Scotland. Look, let's be honest, the situation of Prince Andrew, the Queen's second son, the brother of the guy that is about to become king in the next few months, years, who knows? Prince Andrew is a problem for the royal family. And if he goes, after the Jeffrey Epstein thing emerged, first time in 2011, he was stripped of a role and given this kind of international trade role. Well, that's gone, of course, because the Epstein stuff, rather spectacularly re-emerged. You can't just airbrush Andrew out of the royal family. He is there. And so, yes, finding him a role somewhere quietly in Scotland or wherever you want to put him, he's not going to go away. He's still living and breathing. And I think it'd be interesting to see when Prince Charles becomes king, his brother, his spare, if you like, traditionally in his life, he's not next in line to the throne. But his brother will probably have to take the most spectacular back seat in royal history, I think.
Can we just have a quick word about Camilla?
Oh, yeah.
Because all this historic stuff that we're talking about, Camilla's going very futuristic in a way. She's going to do a podcast.
Yeah, I mean, again, more of the same, really, from what we're seeing leading on from the Jubilee. Camilla, when Prince Charles gave his speech on stage during the sort of one of the great highlights of the Jubilee celebrations, it was very significant, I think, that Camilla was stood by his side on stage. A little bit earlier in that evening when William spoke, well, we know Kate was out with Louis in a headlock or whatever she was doing, but it was quite significant, that emergence of Camilla. And this Order of the Garter ceremony, the podcast, it's more, again, of the same, of making sure that as Prince Charles emerges as a future king, she is very much there as a queen consort, someone to be prominent by his side, and perhaps, unlike Prince Andrew, someone who's not going to be hidden anymore, because she was hidden 15, 20, 25 years ago, but Camilla is now very much part and parcel of the reign of Charles.
Yeah, no, well, fair point.
And she's going to be at the Garter ceremony as well, because she's been gartered as well, so she'll be wearing all the flummery too.
Very nice too.
No, it'll be very showy.
It will be. Duncan, good to see you this morning. Thank you.
Thanks, Steve.
Yeah, Camilla's. I mean, you've met Camilla, and you like.
She's lovely.
I've never met anyone who didn't like Camilla once they'd met her. But she is becoming much more of a high-profile role now, isn't she?
Yeah,
and taking on things she wants to do.
I was really impressed. Really, really impressed.
One of the things she says in the podcast is that she thinks we should all go back to teaching children how to learn poetry by heart.
Oh.
You know, because, I mean, in my day, when I was at school, it was always something you did all the time at school, is you learned poems. And you learn to recite them. And it's just sort of apparently not done very much anymore. But schools need to have poetry days again and poetry competitions.
Oh.
Did
The
you
boy stood on the burning deck.
That sort of thing.
His legs were all a quiver.
Yes.
As far as I'm going with that one. Let us know what you think. Coming up, we're going to be taking a look back at the Falklands War in some never-seen-before photos.
We are GB News.
We're right across this great nation.
On TV,
On radio, on digital.
Absolutely everywhere. We don't talk down to you.
We embrace all voices.
With honest and civilised conversation.
We're not part of the establishment.
We're one of you.
And we're only getting started.
Join us on GB News,
The People's Channel.
Britain's news channel.
Every morning from 6 o'clock, we'll wake you up with GB News Breakfast with all the stories you didn't know from the night before.
So whether it's serious news, entertainment, or your own views from all over our great nation, we're here to kick off your day with a smile.
And the national media should be reflecting and reporting what's happening here.
You will notice the northwestern accents.
Whether you're with us on TV, radio, or online, every morning, it's breakfast from 6 a.m. Hope you can join us.
Join us for Ministry of Defence, the comedy panel show that's just like the news, in that the left fights the right and it doesn't really seem to matter who wins. We cover the big stories. It was in fact a troop of baboons and not angry vegans.
I like that.
And the really important stories.
Fat naked cow gets stuck in swimming pool.
It's a headline in a lot of local newspapers. Yeah.
we're on the same team, Nick. Yeah, but I'm just helping you.
Join us for Ministry of Defence, Saturday nights, 8 o'clock on GB News.
I'm Dan Wootton. Join me Monday to Thursday from 9 to 11 for the feistiest and most fun news debate on TV, where free speech reigns. I'll bring you a sharp take on the day's biggest stories, bombshell newsmaker interviews, and A-list guests. And I guarantee you, no spin, no bias, no censorship, and no reason to go to bed. That's Dan Wootton tonight, Monday to Thursdays from 9 on GB News.
.40, hello, it's Breakfast with Stephen and Anne on your TV, your radio and online.
So let's take a look at today's front pages. Now, the Sunday Times leads on the Prime Minister's U-turn on green policies.
The Observer says Boris is facing fury in rural areas for his new post-Brexit food strategy.
Let's see if we can see the Express. That was the Observer there.
Oh, there we go.
Looking at this, yeah, the Express there. They're calling on the Prince of Wales to stay out of politics after rumours swirl around about his disapproval of the Rwanda plan.
But the Mail on Sunday has the Home Secretary's rebuke to Prince Charles on the Rwanda plan.
And let's go to the Sunday Telegraph. That covers the ongoing civil war in the Conservative Party over taxation.
The Sunday Mirror has new hopes for justice in the Jamie Bulger case. Oh, that's interesting.
Well, it's about Jamie Bulger's mother, who's very, very worried that one of his killers is going to be let out on parole and basically set free again. And it seems so sad because it's such a long time ago, and she spent 20-odd years always with that worry that because they were so young, Jamie Bulger's killers, it comes up time and again, the idea of them being set free and being on parole and whatever. And she sort of feels that it's a constant battle. She's never, ever going to be able to stop battling. And she's gone to see Dominic Raab about it, apparently.
OK. Look, let's look through some of those papers with Spiked editor Tom Slater and anthropologist Mariana Hotter. Good morning to you both.
Good morning.
Tom, let's start with the Mail on Sunday, looking at the Rwanda situation.
Yeah, so we will not back down on Rwanda, Charles, is the headline here. So very much kind of following on from those explosive reported comments from the Prince in the papers yesterday, as well as kind of looking ahead to the battles that Priti Patel still has in terms of implementing this particular policy. We saw that initial ruling at the High Court, which allowed the first flight on Tuesday, the deportation flight, to take place, but there's ongoing legal challenges and obviously an ongoing kind of political battle over this policy. I myself don't support this policy. I think outsourcing your migration policy in that way is not a good idea. I think it kind of keeps it at arm's length and also could potentially lead to some quite unpleasant consequences. But I think what this really gets to grips with is the fact of who decides what that policy is. I mean, you've got a government that said it wanted to do something about this, which is in the process of passing legislation to do so, and yet you see again, kind of these legal boundaries via these legal challenges, essentially trying to stop an elected government from implementing its stated policy. So I think if we're going to challenge policies like this, you've got to do it in the political and democratic realm, not just via the courts, or certainly not via Prince Charles, I would dare say.
What do you think about Prince Charles saying that he thought it was appalling, but that was a private conversation? I mean, do you think he's not yet king, and so does he have to keep his opinions entirely to himself? Maybe he feels it's important to let the people know that that's what he thinks.
Well, I think he's got to be a lot more circumspect if he wants to kind of hold on to his particular position. Because, of course, everyone has private conversations. So I'm sure the Queen has all kinds of private conversations. She's managed to keep a lid on any of that because it's so important that the monarch stays neutral. I think I'm a Republican myself. I think Charles is going to be a gift to the
You're a Republican?
Yeah.
Are you?
So, and I think it'll be a complete...
Calm down.
Because of the fact that he just demonstrates that whilst I think a lot of people understand we have a lot of affection and support for the Queen, she's done the role very well. She has, again, studiously stayed out of politics. But Charles has never really been able to do that. He said that when he becomes king, that will all change. But I think things like this suggest that he still might not be able to quite keep his opinions to himself.
I think it's a really old-fashioned notion that the royals have to be this kind of lofty thing that floats above the dirty, everyday, you know, back and forth of politics. Because she is, whether you're Republican or not, she kind of represents us. And, you know, the royal family are this kind of entity that sits in our lives, whether Republican or otherwise, and it just seems really odd to me, that whole thing around proroguing Parliament and that she has to then stand up and kind of announce that her Parliament has decided to do this thing, which you suspect she thinks is absolutely terrible. You know, she understands what she's being asked to do and she has to do it because she's staying politically neutral. Things like...
It is a perverse situation, isn't it?
Yeah, we've decided we're going to deport all these vulnerable people to a third country. It doesn't matter whether it's Rwanda or somewhere else. It's so strange to me to think that every week she sits down with Boris Johnson and has that conversation. Oh, so tell me about these plans about you exporting these people to Rwanda. Tell me about exactly what happened with those parties the night before Prince Philip's funeral. It just seems really strange to me that we expect her to keep her mouth shut.
Apparently she's brilliant at dealing with conversations that try and get an opinion out of her. She always turns it round into a question. So, I mean, if somebody were to say to her privately or otherwise, you know, what do you think of this Rwanda plan? She would say, what do you think? Is it wise? And apparently she always does that. That's how she gets out of the problem.
Yeah.
Because she does have to keep out of politics. And whilst, you know, obviously expecting any human being to act as if they're completely kind of have no opinions whatsoever is such a strange position to be in. I think a far more perverse situation would be someone being able to have an even more outsized role in politics just by accident of their birth. And I'd much rather have a bad Prime Minister and a bad Parliament than a good king, just because democracy is much more important.
Yeah.
Discuss.
Yeah, absolutely discuss.
Sunday Times, Mary, looking at the Prime Minister turning his back on the green agenda.
Speaking of bad Prime Ministers...
but no, come on. I mean, yes, he is reversing some of the green agenda, but in favour of food security. That's the plan.
But whilst also not helping the farmers out to be able to grow more food.
Yeah, in favour of very, very short-term political capital, I would suggest, because... The reason that you might want to look at a rewilding scheme, the reason you might want to be thinking about planting trees along a riverbank is not because you like butterflies. It's because if you don't have pollinators, your agricultural food crops are not going to be pollinated. It means that the housing estate that has been built near to that river will get flooded again. I mean, it's kind of ironic because next to... Literally on the same front page, we've got a kind of a weather story about, you know, this insane heat wave that's going to hit the UK in a few days' time. Those two things are linked. The fact that we've had this weird June with gale force winds, but also really heavy rain that came on the back of a massive drought. Those impacts are hugely felt by farmers and are hugely felt by the land managers and the food producers. Yeah, we do need to definitely back our own food producers, but we also need to make sure that that is something that is sustainable so that our kids can also know that we can grow food. And to do that, the clue is in the name. It's nature recovery. If we carry on doing as we're doing, it's not...
Why do you think,
it doesn't keep producing?
I mean, during COP26, when he was coming up and he was talking green, and he was talking the green agenda, and we know that his wife has quite an influence on him as far as green issues are concerned. Why do you think he's pulling back on this, watering down this policy?
I think it's because he's on the political back foot, and the Conservative heartland support is in that kind of slightly nationalistic, not very helpful agenda of, you know, we need sovereignty, we need food sovereignty, we need to, you know, take sort of a take back control, go back to some kind of nostalgic.
Also reduce the costs is the idea.
Well, is that actually what's going to happen?
Well, I don't know.
Because these policies are being rolled back, but this was supposed to be a trial that would then roll out to fill in where the basic agri payments. So the thing which everyone was up in arms about, who were anti-EU some decades back, saying, "Oh, actually, this is." Do I have to stop?
You do.
Sorry.
I'm sorry.
Just getting started.
And it's not because we're cancelling you, it's that we've got to squeeze in a load more stuff.
Yeah,
we're out of time.
You're coming back.
Anyway, it's short-termist.
Okay.
It's short-term, and that's not good for farmers, or good for food security, or good for the cost of living.
OK. We should try, hopefully hear from some farmers on that one, because I'd love to get their views.
Yeah, absolutely. Love to hear from you.
Tom, Marianne, thank you. Back with you a little bit later on. Let's just quickly bring you up to date. Clarence House says Prince Charles is politically neutral after he reportedly described the government's migrant policy as appalling. That comes after the High Court ruled the first deportation flight to Rwanda can go ahead on Tuesday, but campaign groups are expected to appeal tomorrow.
Agency workers could be called in to replace striking rail staff. The government is considering legal changes to allow agency workers to fill in for staff, and it's understood that Transport Secretary Grant Shapps has not ruled out the option. And that, of course, comes as train drivers are to strike over pay, and that will threaten huge travel disruption in coming weeks.
The National Farmers Union says the government has stripped to the bone proposals from the review into England's food system. Critics of the food strategy for England have described a leaked draft document as half-baked, with concern over the rejection of a proposal on tax on sugar and salt. The white paper is due out tomorrow.
Though that burger does look tempting. The family of a teenager who was killed at his home in Manchester has paid tribute to the boy, describing him as a hero. 15-year-old Jakub Szymanski was stabbed whilst reportedly trying to protect his mother, who was injured during the attack. It happened in the Miles Platting area on Thursday night, and a 44-year-old man who was known to both victims, apparently, has now been arrested on suspicion of murder.
Her Majesty has become the world's second longest reigning modern monarch. The 96-year-old overtakes Thailand's king, who reigned for 70 years and 126 days. The longest reigning monarch is Louis XIV of France, 72 years and 110 days, which Her Majesty.
Now, as the nation prepares to commemorate the 40th anniversary of the liberation of the Falklands, that's next week, GBNews has been given access to previously unseen images of the conflict.
Now, the pictures were taken at the time by young Falklands photojournalists. They've gone on display at a special exhibition at Chatham Dockyard.
GBNews' home and security editor Mark White was given a personal tour of the exhibition by the photographer Graham Bound, who described in detail the stories behind each extraordinary image.
I was taking shelter in the little hotel, the Upland Goose, just a few yards behind this point here, and I realised that they were advancing up the road, and I thought it worth popping out and trying to get a few snaps. And
you were obviously very close.
Yes, I was, and it was a wide-angle lens as well, so I was actually very close. Some of the troops were suspicious, and some of them were reasonably optimistic and gung-ho, so I wasn't quite sure what to make of it, but I thought it was worth it.
You took a risk, though, because you just never know. Young conscripts, armed, moving into the town, you never know how they're going to react.
Well, it's true, but I had a very strong sense that we were seeing history unfold, and it's not very often that you get a chance to do anything to record that. So I was very young, I was only 24, and I just saw it as an opportunity, so I really wanted to go for it, and that was the beginning of recording something that went on for 10 weeks or so.
Clearly, after the soldiers on foot, the heavy armour.
This was the kind of kit that really alarmed us, because it was very heavy armour, and you can see that there's a turret there with at least a .5-inch machine gun, if not a cannon. These were grinding through our streets, and I remember thinking at the time, it was a bit like the War of the Worlds, when these monstrous machines suddenly appear. And the day before that, we were used to Morris Minors and Land Rovers trundling down the road, and all of a sudden they were being ground to bits by these huge American-built amphibious personnel carriers, and they were scary. These were Pucará aircraft. They were designed and built in Argentina, and they were a very real concern because their ground attack capability was quite serious. You can see the drums on the wings that would have contained rockets, and they were fitted with machine guns as well. And in this occasion, that aircraft is circling low, very low over Stanley, and it went on for about half an hour because we could see there were a couple of Harriers at altitude just waiting for the chance to pounce on them. They could not compete with a Harrier, but on their own, against ground troops, they were very effective. I framed this out of my bedroom window, in fact, and I like the sort of domesticity. You've got the kitchen chimney there with the Argentine flag in the background, and the Argentine flag is actually flying from our Defence Force HQ mast, so there was something particularly symbolic about that. They'd taken over the Defence Force headquarters.
Graham, tell us about this shot.
Well, the Argentines were very poorly equipped with vehicles, so they took any civilian vehicle that took their fancy. And you can see that, you know, the demand far exceeded supply. I did count how many Argentines were in this short wheelbase Land Rover, but
quite a few.
Certainly wasn't designed for that. But we all lost our vehicles, including mine and my father's. They would turn up with a piece of paper and the number of your vehicle written on it and a couple of rubber stamps and said, we're having it. And the usual story was we're going to use it as an ambulance, but then they weren't. You'd see them the next day, you know, full of troops.
Clearly, this one very starkly illustrates the human cost of this conflict. We know hundreds on both sides died, but you know, he's lying right in the street of your hometown.
Yeah, there were a couple of bodies lying there. And fortunately for me, they had been covered up very roughly. But on the morning of the surrender, a friend and I decided that we would walk up towards where we knew the British lines were. And we first of all encountered these unfortunate Argentine soldiers who'd clearly been killed by artillery because the fence behind was riddled with shrapnel, and it was pretty clear that the same thing had happened to them. So at the time, I remember, actually my mind goes back to these photographs very, very often. At the time, I wasn't sure whether I should photograph it or not. And when it came to mounting this exhibition, I wasn't really sure whether I should use it or not. But, you know, that is the reality.
It's war.
That's the truly horrible reality. I mean, I don't know, he was a young man and, you know, he didn't go home.
The surrender in full swing here. I mean, you can see all the detritus around the streets as well.
These Argentines are being rounded up by British troops. You can see, I think, Paras or Marines doing their best to round them up and at the same time getting these men to clear up a little bit. But the mess was unspeakable. This was one of our general stores here, which had been torched and was gone, but the smoke was still lingering. And when I look at these, I can almost still smell them. It was just a complete scene out of hell, frankly. We sort of segue into colour here because very shortly after the surrender, I laid my hands on some slide film. And yeah, it strikes me still that the short period of transition between total chaos and the death and destruction to everything being organised in a much more ceremonial and civilised way.
For these people, it was their home, and they were, you know, very badly affected by what happened. Tell us about these pictures.
People's homes were destroyed. The population of Stanley went from about 1,400 people down to 500 people, and many of them thought they would be safer out on the farms. And many of them went to Goose Green, for example, or to Pebble Island. And, you know, the words frying pan and fire come to mind, you know, because if they went to Goose Green, they were there locked up and had to endure the Battle of Goose Green. And this gentleman, Griff, who is a shepherd, he was actually the farm manager on Pebble Island, had been locked up with all the other people on the farm in one house for a period of about a month, having a pretty tough time. And he's now very definitely happy to be out with his sheep again. Joe, repairing his fence, which had just been run down by a military truck. And I kind of feel that the whole Falklands War, yes, it was about the Falkland Islanders, but it became far bigger than them. so much more than about the Falkland Islanders, and it's remained that way to a great extent. And everybody at the end of it just had to pick themselves up and get on with their lives. And I look at these guys, both of whom are now gone, and I'm quite proud of them, and I think they did a really good job. I wish they weren't perhaps a little bit forgotten.
And if you have any memories of what it was like to have family or friends involved in the Falklands War, or indeed did you serve, love to hear your memories this morning. Do get in touch, gbviews@gbnews.uk.
But stay with us, lots more coming up, including the latest updates on the looming train strikes.
We are GB News.
We're right across this great nation.
On TV,
on radio, on digital.
Absolutely everywhere. We don't talk down to you.
We embrace all voices.
With honest and civilised conversation.
We're not part of the establishment.
We're one of you. And we're only getting started.
Join us on GB News,
The People's Channel.
Britain's news channel.
Every morning from 6 o'clock, we'll wake you up with GB News Breakfast with all the stories you didn't know from the night before.
So whether it's serious news, entertainment, or your own views from all over our great nation, we're here to kick off your day with a smile.
And the national media should be reflecting and reporting what's happening here.
You will notice the northwestern accents.
Whether you're with us on TV, radio, or online, every morning, it's breakfast from 6 a.m. Hope you can join us.
Join us for Ministry of Defence, the comedy panel show that's just like the news, in that the left fights the right and it doesn't really seem to matter who wins. We cover the big stories. It was in fact a troop of baboons and not angry vegans.
I like that.
And the really important stories.
Fat naked cow gets stuck in swimming pool.
It's a headline in a lot of local newspapers. Yeah.
we're on the same team, Nick. Yeah, but I'm just helping you.
Join us for Ministry of Defence, Saturday nights, 8 o'clock on GB News.
I'm Dan Wootton. Join me Monday to Thursday from 9 to 11 for the feistiest and most fun news debate on TV, where free speech reigns. I'll bring you a sharp take on the day's biggest stories, bombshell newsmaker interviews, and A-list guests. And I guarantee you, no spin, no bias, no censorship, and no reason to go to bed. That's Dan Wootton Tonight, Monday to Thursdays from 9 on GB News.
Good morning, it's 7 o'clock on Sunday, the 12th of June. This is Breakfast on GB News with Stephen and Anne.
We're live across the whole of the UK on your TV, on your radio and online. So whatever you're up to today, you can take us with you.
Yeah, and I know some people are also catching up via the GB News app or checking us out on YouTube. Wherever you are in the world, we'd love to hear from you, actually, how you're watching us. Do get in touch. Coming up this morning on Breakfast.
Well, campaigners will take their challenge against the Rwandan migrant policy to the Court of Appeal tomorrow after the first flight to take asylum seekers to the African nation was given the green light by the High Court. Prince of Wales, as we know, has expressed his disappointment at the policy. So could the government be forced into a U-turn at the Court of Appeal tomorrow?
Environmentalists have condemned Boris Johnson's post-Brexit food strategy ahead of the Tiverton and Honiton by-election. Farmers say that the policy will add to the worsening cost of living crisis and make producing affordable British food even harder.
And England fans face yet another disappointing day from the Three Lions yesterday, drawing 0-0 with Italy in Wolverhampton. So is Southgate still the man to lead England into the World Cup? Or are the players feeling the burden of a long and exhausting season?
long and exhausting for them, isn't it? As always, I don't feel that sympathetic. As always, anyway, you can join in any of our discussions by emailing gbviews@gbnews.uk or tweet us @gbnews.
And here's a freebie for you. It's absolutely free to subscribe to our channel on YouTube, and it means we'll keep you up to date with the biggest moments from today's show. So campaigners against the government's policy to send migrants to Rwanda say they will now take their fight to the Court of Appeal tomorrow.
Yes, the High Court has approved the first flight to Rwanda, which is currently set apparently for Tuesday afternoon.
OK, let's talk to a former member of the European Parliament, Belinda de Lucy, who's here. Good to see you this morning.
Lovely to see both of you.
Look, what do you make of this then? Because, I mean, it has been given the green light by the High Court. Now they're appealing. Well, that's the legal process, all well and good. But it seems to be pretty clear that the majority of people in this country want some action to be taken.
Well, and this is the only idea that has been put forward that is workable. It cannot carry on how it is. There's about 88 million people who have been forcibly displaced across the world. There's about 1 billion people on the move. If we open our borders, if we don't send back failed asylum seekers, if we send a message to the world, if you are poor, we will see you as a refugee and give you the same rights as refugees, we're in for a horrific next 10 or 20 years. Just community cohesion, infrastructure pressure. I think we could have predicted that a lot of human rights lawyers and the sort of usual suspects would fight this to the death. And I hope there aren't protests around the plane when it leaves. I know there are campaigns to try and find out which planes are taking off, which companies they belong to, and try and sign petitions to get these companies to not fly. All sorts of things are going on. But the British people keep having their democratic will denied to them. We've been trying to vote on reducing immigration numbers, on having a better asylum process that really supports genuine refugees and doesn't get abused, but it's just not getting delivered. And I think who's running the country? Boris is, and now he's finally got a plan.
But is there concern about the human rights record in Rwanda? I mean, that seems to be the crux of the argument of these people who aren't happy. I mean, I've never been there, but historically it's not had a good record.
Well, it has, and of course it's had its troubles, but it has improved enormously. It's been voted one of the most safest places in the world to travel as a lone traveller, including women travelling on their own. And it keeps, I don't know if you've seen the photos and the places where the refugees or the economic migrants will be staying at. They're so much nicer than the crowded hotels in overcrowded communities in England. England's one of the most highly populated places in the world. It can't take everybody. This is the only plan that's been put forward. Labour's not coming up with anything. Their idea is open borders and just let the poorer communities...
Well, it is interesting because already our viewers, good morning, have been in touch, and it just shows how polarised opinion is. Brett says, I think sending migrants to a country which borders a country at war, Democratic Republic of Congo, isn't very safe, and Rwanda doesn't have the greatest record for treating its citizens very well. On the other hand, Adam says, this plan is for illegal immigrants. They are not supposed to be here in the first place. Most Brits are very accepting of genuine immigrants, but not these illegals that travel through safe countries to get to the UK and drain our system because they see us as a soft touch.
And I'd also say that actually polling in England, especially London, is reporting falls in tolerance for the LGBT community here. So it's not like we now have this pristine track record. Tolerance is decreasing for LGBTQ in recent polls around London. Whether that's a result of immigration or not, or just... I don't know, but I think to be so judgmental on Rwanda, there are some sort of racist kind of tones to how Rwanda is being talked about at the moment. And I think it's important that the left don't demonise Rwanda as some horrific place to go to. If you are fleeing for your life, you would rather go to Rwanda than stay and face a risk of death, unless you're an economic migrant trying to get here illegally.
Do you understand, maybe you can explain to us, if you get it, as to why these people can't be, if they're deemed to be illegal immigrants, can't be sent back to France? If they've come from France, then that's a safe country.
Yeah, I know. There was a problem. There was the Dublin Agreement, of course, when we were in the EU, that meant that refugees had to claim asylum in the first country they got to. But even then, even when we were in the EU, France was not taking back the illegal immigrants that were coming to England. Now we're out of the EU, of course, France is having a hissy fit at the idea of helping us. So we have to go further afield. And it's just one of those, if anyone else has a better plan, put it forward. It's not likeable, the Rwanda plan. It's about 30,000 per person to send them there, but it's supposed to act as a deterrent. So this time in 5 years, we may see a massive reduction, hopefully, in illegal immigration.
Yeah, meanwhile, there are other issues to talk through, because in other news, as the Tories prepare for a key by-election, that one in Tiverton and Honiton, the Prime Minister is now facing a backlash from West Country farmers over his post-Brexit food strategy.
Yeah, the NFU, the National Farmers Union, says initial proposals to help farmers increase food production have been stripped back to the bone in this new policy document.
Yeah, they're arguing that the policy would leave them poorer and unable to compete with foreign producers. And what's more, Boris seems to have annoyed the environmentalists as well by watering down what was a green agenda. He can't do anything right at the moment, can he? But should he be actually looking at this again now? Because he appears to have watered down everything he was rather proud of just months ago.
Seems to be like a running trend with Boris, unfortunately. His rhetoric is great and loud and bold, but it's often followed up with very lukewarm actions and pedalling back. And this has happened across lots of areas of policy, unfortunately. It is a shame. I wish he'd taken Brexit by the horns. You know, I think Remainers and Brexiteers were united that the common agricultural policy was one of the most inefficient, expensive EU policies that our farmers were being harmed by, and beautiful wildlife was being carved up to turn into land that could be farmed but wasn't, just to get subsidies. So I'm glad that that is out the window. That's really important. So Boris had a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to start from scratch again, to help farmers, especially in a time of high food prices, to now really invest in food production and food security.
So why is he watering this down?
Well, I don't know. DEFRA is yet to comment. I believe we are awaiting their response to a lot of these accusations tomorrow, and then we'll be able to hear from their point of view what it's supposed to, the good that's supposed to come out of this. At the moment, I can't really see much good in it, apart from the sign that Boris is stepping back from his green zealotry, which I think was taking over the Conservative Party and really alienating, especially Red Wall voters.
So is that what it is? Is it Tories infighting, saying, you know, you're being too green, you're too socialist, you know, get back to being a Tory?
As well as a bit of theatrics, because, of course, you've got the Tiverton by-election coming up, so this is, well, it was supposed to be... a farming community. And the majority of farmers voted Brexit, knowing they would lose their subsidies, but putting the public interest above self-interest. So I think they saw a little bit of this coming.
Do you understand, then, what the problem is here? Because they'll lose... If they stop rewilding, they'll lose some subsidy for that. Yeah. But if that land then can be farmed, and presumably then farmers can play a bigger role in our food market and make a bigger profit, hopefully, and all the rest of it, then why isn't it going down well? I can't quite
Neither
get my head around
Neither can I, because obviously for farmers, if they're growing their produce and they're employing more people, it's better for the community. I can't quite see their complaint unless it's because it seems lukewarm and half-baked, and they don't really understand it. They've also said it's vague. And why can't Boris just put something really clear and Brexity down so everyone can understand? And we've got so many Brexit dividends, but he keeps doing a sort of piffle attempt to warm them up rather than to sort of, you know, hotly spike them with a great...
How long do you give him, Boris?
I think he's got 12 months. I think he's fighting for his life, which is probably the best we'll ever see of Boris. We have not seen him in a calm moment in his premiership yet. So I'm really interested to see what he does with the next 12 months, because he has had a torrid time since he started. So I don't know.
But if he wants to stay in the job, and if he wants to win the next election, this is a golden opportunity, actually, isn't it? To say, right, let's knuckle down, let's start cutting taxes, let's start reducing green levies and all these sort of things, and actually put more money back in the people's pockets and rebuild the economy.
Absolutely. I think there were very, very few, if any, of the Red Wall MPs that voted a vote of no confidence in Boris. But there have been warnings from them saying you need to cut taxes, we need to see more money in our pockets. I cannot understand how they can keep calling themselves a Conservative Party with such high taxes. Low taxes bring in money, bring in growth.
It's a dangerous time time, though, because traditionally, a party that's divided, and it's very divided at the moment, I mean, absolutely tearing each other to bits, a party that's divided doesn't get elected, does it?
Doesn't, but I was talking to a Tory MP on Tuesday, and he was saying Labour doesn't have a massive lead. Even with the infighting, there's a massive civil war going on in the Tory party, and yet Labour were, I think, only 2 points ahead in the recent polls. So, and he was suggesting that actually, yes, they do need to get their act together, but they're not terrified of Labour winning, because in mid-term, despite everything, Partygate and all the flaws of Boris, Labour's just still not pushing ahead.
Yeah, no, it's interesting times. I think both parties got a fair bit of work to do. Belinda, it's really good to talk to you.
Yeah.
No, it's your first time on GB.
Will you come in again and tell us what it's like to be an MEP?
Of course I will. I've got some really good stories. And some I haven't told before, but I think now's the time.
Excellent. Lovely. Belinda, thank you very much
Thank
indeed.
you.
OK, 7:13, let's just bring you up to date with some other headlines. And agency workers could be called in to replace striking rail staff. The government's considering legal changes to allow agency workers to fill in. It's understood the Transport Secretary hasn't ruled it out. It comes as train drivers are striking over pay, which threaten huge travel disruption in the coming weeks.
And as we've been talking about, the National Farmers Union says the government has stripped to the bone proposals from the review into England's food system. Critics of the government's food strategy for England have described a leaked draft as a half-baked blueprint, with concern over the rejection of a proposal for tax on sugar and salt. That white paper is expected to be released tomorrow.
The family of a teenager killed at his home in Manchester has paid tribute to him, calling him a hero. 15-year-old Jakub Szymanski was stabbed while reportedly trying to protect his mother, who was injured during the attack. It happened in the Miles Platting area on Thursday night. A 44-year-old man known to both victims has been arrested on suspicion of murder.
Now, the family of the Briton given a death sentence for fighting Russian forces in Ukraine says they are absolutely devastated at the illegal show trial.
Sean Pinner was captured in Mariupol alongside fellow Brit Aidan Aslin during the fight for control of the city. And despite both actually being legitimate members of the Ukrainian army, they've been found guilty of mercenary activities.
Well, Prime Minister Boris Johnson has condemned the verdict and called on his ministers to do everything in their power to secure the release. For more on the situation and an update on it, let's speak to journalist and documentary maker specialising in the Ukraine, Tim White. Good morning, Tim.
Good morning, Anne. Good morning, Stephen.
Hello. It's a dire state of affairs, isn't it? Because we've got to them with a death sentence hanging over their heads, these two men. And what can we possibly do about it that will actually achieve their release without negotiating with a sham trial and a sham country, in effect?
Yeah, exactly, because they weren't even tried in Russia. They were tried in the so-called Donetsk People's Republic, which is basically just a made-up area that Russia invaded during the first part of the Ukrainian war, if you like, back in 2014. So it's a horrendous situation for the family. It is completely against the Geneva Convention. And as you say, the United Kingdom government can't really be seen to be negotiating directly with an entity that doesn't exist. And Russia will say, well, it's nothing to do with us, as the foreign minister has already said. It's everything to do with this so-called Donetsk People's Republic. So it's a horrible situation for Liz Truss, the Foreign Secretary, and for the Prime Minister to be in, because really there's not a lot they can do outwardly, but behind the scenes there'll be back channel, I would think, negotiations with Russia, trying to make sure that something happens. Probably the best thing we can hope for is a prisoner swap of some sorts that Britain maybe engineers, but publicly must not seem to be behind.
Yeah, as you say, hugely difficult. I mean, is it fair to say that this is actually Russia behind this? I mean, as you say, they're saying it's not them. It's the Donetsk People's Republic. But I mean, they are ultimately a Moscow puppet, aren't they?
100%, absolutely. I mean, when they first invaded, it was proven. I mean, even most of the officials in the early days were not local. They were from Russia. If you think back to Euro 2012, which was staged, the final was staged in Kiev, a lot of the group stages were staged in Ukraine. You probably remember that England played there, that there was unified support for Ukraine. Blue and yellow was everywhere. Donetsk was never considered itself a Russian city. It was Ukrainian. Indeed, stretching back to the end of communism, it was the miners in Donetsk who led the independence movement for Ukraine from the Soviet Union. So there's just no history of the region wanting to be Russian. Yes, a lot of people spoke Russian. A lot of people had Russian sympathies, Russian families. But it is just a horrible situation we're in now because a few people have gone power crazy there. They won't give up the power they have. They're indebted to Russia, those who hold office, of course, there. They know that we tried as mercenaries themselves or as traitors if Ukraine retakes the territory. So it is a bit of a stalemate that's been worked through on the battlefield. But it's really important for the West that this Ukraine war does not become a fatigue for viewers, for the general public, and it's got to be kept in the headlines, not least now that we have two British nationals who are being held and, as you say, being tried illegally because it was a show trial. So it is difficult. It's not dissimilar maybe to what we saw in Iran with the negotiations that have to be very carefully staged there. But Britain this time has to be acting as one of a unit, as one of the allies that is supporting Ukraine and not as an individual nation.
It's a terrible situation. And as we heard earlier, it's awful for the families involved as well. Tim White, thank you very much indeed. Thank you.
Well,
do stay with us.
Oh, no, go on.
Yeah, no, you go on.
Very hard to decide who's going to talk.
We're tripping over each other this morning.
Oh, dear. It's because it's a Sunday.
Yes, it is.
And so,
looking forward to a barbie in the garden.
Did you have a late night?
No, actually. No, I had a really good sleep, which is why I'm still a bit...
Yeah, sometimes you're more alert when you sleep less.
Too well. Yeah,
that's trouble with these shifts, but there you go. We love them, really. Aidan McGee, thankfully, who's always a good talker. He's going to be here with all the sports news in just a couple of minutes. Looking at the weather then, the UK is generally fine. Some scattered showers, though a dry day for many. Here are the details.
A chance of the odd shower for northern coasts during this morning across southwest England, though it will be mainly dry for much of the region with sunny spells.
Across southeast England, a fine morning with sunny spells, a low risk of seeing an isolated shower for a time.
And a calmer day across Wales than yesterday, though it will still be breezy in the north of the country. Generally fine with just the odd shower this morning.
Now, across to the Midlands, it's going to be a fine start to the day. The odd isolated shower at first, so there will be sunny spells as well. Feeling quite pleasant in the sunshine.
And there will be lighter winds across northeast England than yesterday. It'll be a fine day, some scattered showers around this morning, though there will be sunny spells in between.
A drier day across Scotland than yesterday. Winds easing as well, though there will be one or two scattered showers, particularly in the north and west, but sunny spells as well.
A mixture of sunny spells and scattered showers for Northern Ireland as well this morning. Winds will start to ease, though, and it will still be a bit breezy to start the day. A generally fine afternoon then, right across the UK, though there will still be scattered showers mainly in the northwest. And that's your weather today.
We are GB News.
We're right across this great nation.
On TV,
on radio, on digital.
Absolutely everywhere. We don't talk down to you.
We embrace all voices.
With honest and civilised conversation.
We're not part of the establishment.
We're one of you.
And we're only getting started.
Join us on GB News,
The People's Channel.
Britain's news channel.
Every morning from 6 o'clock, we'll wake you up with GB News Breakfast with all the stories you didn't know from the night before.
So whether it's serious news, entertainment, or your own views from all over our great nation, we're here to kick off your day with a smile.
The national media should be reflecting and reporting what's happening here.
You will notice the northwestern accents.
Whether you're with us on TV, radio, or online, every morning, it's breakfast from 6 a.m. Hope you can join us.
Join us for Ministry of Offence, the comedy panel show that's just like the news, in that the left fights the right and it doesn't really seem to matter who wins. We cover the big stories. It was in fact a troop of baboons and not angry vegans.
I like that.
And the really important stories.
Fat naked cow gets stuck in swimming pool.
It's a headline in a lot of local newspapers. Yeah.
We're on the same team, Nick. Yeah, but I'm just helping you.
Join us for Ministry of Offence, Saturday nights, 8 o'clock on GB News.
I'm Dan Wootton. Join me Monday to Thursday from 9 to 11 for the feistiest and most fun news debate on TV, where free speech reigns. I'll bring you a sharp take on the day's biggest stories, bombshell newsmaker interviews, and A-list guests. And I guarantee you, no spin, no bias, no censorship, and no reason to go to bed. That's Dan Wootton Tonight, Monday to Thursdays from 9 on GB News.
"7:23, morning to you. This is Breakfast with Stephen, Anne and Aidan."
Yeah.
We should rename
What a
them.
treat for me, because they're two of the nicest smelling individuals, I can tell you.
You smell very nice.
Talk a lot about cologne during the break.
Not the place in Germany.
No.
Cologne, would you call it cologne or aftershave? Or nowadays, do you just call it men's perfume?
I'd call it aftershave.
Yeah, well, I still call it after, but it is basically just perfume, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's great. It's a great PR
nice,
strategy.
A nice-smelling man is an absolute
Aidan
necessity.
always smells very good, but you buy it's very pricey stuff you buy. It's the top end stuff.
Well, you want it to last as well. When you put it on,
Do you think the price makes a difference on that?
I do. I mean, this one's a bit overpriced, I have to say, but when you're addicted to something, you just do it, don't you? But yeah, it does last. There are some I've bought in the past where they just wear off a little bit quickly.
There's always a nice waft when you walk into the
Oh,
studio.
thanks very much indeed.
Yeah, there is, yeah.
Good.
Stephen's often wearing very similar stuff, but I don't notice the waft so much. Maybe you don't put on
I don't put enough on, no.
He wants to make it last, that's why.
I need to wash myself in it.
I have a daytime one and an evening one.
Oh, do you?
I do alternate, yeah. I do alternate.
Oh, you wear glasses. You don't wear glasses at all.
I do. I've worn them since I was 16, but I wear them for distance, yeah.
Discovered the other day is that people who have enough money to be able to buy nice frames have morning frames, afternoon frames, evening frames.
Really?
Yes. Posh, red carpet frames, frames for doing the garden. In other words, you have a wardrobe of glasses.
Wow. They must be minted, though, to be able to do that, because it costs a fortune.
Well, exactly.
Mine are just purely functional.
So you'd wear the same in the morning as in the evening?
Yeah, I mean, I normally wear... I've got contact lenses in now, but I do wear them for glass. They aggravate my eyes. I'm diabetic, so my surface of my eyes is a little bit more vulnerable than average, as you know.
Yeah.
And so I try to limit the use of contact lenses, and the glasses don't look particularly great, but they serve a purpose. They're fine.
Have you noticed when you come in to talk about sport, we always end up talking about something
else.
entirely different?
I know, but we can talk to you about anything, Aidan.
Oh, good.
Which is a nice thing.
It's great.
What have you got sports-wise for us?
England playing last night, of course.
Oh, of course. Yeah. You predicted yesterday a 0-0 draw.
Did I?
Yeah.
OK, I don't place much store by my predictions, but no, I'm glad I got that one right. No, it wasn't a particularly great game. In fact, I'm joined by the former England defender Danny Mills right now, actually. Good morning to you, Danny. Welcome back to GB News. I'd be interested to know your reflections on last night's game, because regardless of the whys and wherefores of timing this tournament for this point in the football calendar, it is still 3 games in a row now for England without a win and without a goal from open play.
Yeah, it is. I think it's just one of those things, one of those anomalies that happen in football from time to time. When you look at the other teams in the group, sort of Germany toiled against Hungary, who actually played very, very well in their game. Most of these top-level Nations League games are very, very tight. You are not seeing high-scoring games. That's that the standard of the opposition, is good. So that keeps it down, or keeps the scoring down. Players are coming to the end of a long season. A lot of experimental teams are being put out as well. So there are lots of different factors, but it's not a major concern for me.
He's under a bit of pressure, though, Gareth Southgate, your former Middlesbrough teammate, isn't he? I mean, do you think it's warranted? Do you think maybe the team could look a little bit negative given the attacking talent at his disposal?
The England manager is always going to be under pressure. That's the nature of the beast. That's what happens. Unless you win 4-0 every single game and play sensational football, then you are always going to be questioned about team selection. Generally who you've left out, not actually who you've picked. Let's be realistic. Gareth doesn't go out to the players and say, lads, go and get a 0-0. You know, you've got plenty of attacking players out there. Players got to take responsibility. Everybody wanted Jack Grealish in the team to be creative and Tammy Abraham up front to play against the Italians. Well, he did that, and they still didn't score a goal. Let's not forget that Liverpool played 3 cup finals, never scored a goal from open play, and they're supposed to be one of the most attacking teams around and have some unbelievable attacking talent. Sometimes it just happens in football. But I have no particular worries. Winning tournaments, getting deep in tournaments is built on the foundations of being solid, being resolute, not being gung-ho and winning sort of 5-4 every week.
Danny, I remember 2002 before the World Cup. I think it was the sum of the division finished a couple of weeks before to allow for preparation for that World Cup. The Premier League went on quite late. If we look at these series of games, 4 games in 11 days, do you think it would have made sense to maybe rest some of the players who are going to be shoo-ins for the World Cup and perhaps given a few other players a bit of a go, like Jared Bowen a bit more often, for example, and Mason Mount, if we look at him, I mean, he's played over 60 games this season. He's looking leggy.
In the perfect world, yes, you know, you'd like to give those players a break, but you've now only got, 3 games left before the World Cup starts. There aren't many opportunities to experiment. You want to get these players together as much as possible. The more you play together, the more you understand each other, you know, the better in terms of partnerships and working out who's with who. That's why even though some players that have been maybe out of form for their club have played in these England games, you know, the likes of Harry Maguire, because you're expecting him to come better come next season. You know, he will be in the England team, he'll be in the England squad. He needs to forge those relationships, those partners, keep building on that. It's easy at club level because you're doing it day in, day out, you know, week in, week out. International level, after this, there's only sort of 1 more international break before the World Cup starts. So that's very, very difficult. But that's the life of an international footballer. You know, there's no real sympathy for them, I think, from the age of about sort of 17 onwards. If I got more than 3 weeks off during a summer, then you were very, very grateful for that. It's just something that you have to deal with.
Finally, then, I mean, we're 5 months out from the World Cup. Where do you stand with England's chances of winning it? Just 3 games to go before it starts. It sounds like not very much, but still 5 months to go. Where do you stand right now?
It's going to be very, very difficult. You know, there are some incredible teams in that tournament. Only one team can win it. You know, as we know, you need to play well. You need a little bit of luck. You know, look at last time. You know, the Italians won the Euros, then didn't qualify for the World Cup. There will be lots of strong teams in that. England have a very, very good chance with the players that they have available, if they're all fit and in decent form, to go deep into this tournament. I think it was back in 2014 when there was a bit of an FA review and Greg Dyke sort of said, oh, you know, the ambition is to get England to a final in 2022, and everyone mocked him. Everyone laughed at him. Now, actually, suddenly, you know, that's sort of a realistic chance and a good opportunity. So, yeah, I think England, depending on who you get in the draw, depending on how the games go, you'd expect the minimum, the quarter-final stage, hopefully a semi-final, and hopefully further.
Listen, Danny, thanks very much indeed for joining us this morning. We appreciate your thoughts, as always. So that's the thoughts of Danny Mills there, the former England international. Played in the World Cup 20 years ago when Gary Neville was injured. He stepped in quite late on to fill in there. But interesting about Tuesday, they play Hungary at Molineux. Yesterday was a bit of a damp squib in terms of the crowd because we only saw a few thousand kids in there. But the Wolverhampton public will get to see the England team in action quite close to the World Cup, I suppose, when you consider there's only 3 games left, and that's on Tuesday night.
Yeah, well, that's something to sort of look forward to.
Yeah, no, I don't think they could be that bad for 4 games. They've been pretty listless for 3 games. I think 4, you'll see some of the big guns coming out. I think you'll see a better.
When is that?
Yeah. It's Tuesday evening.
Tuesday evening.
Yeah, but a full house at Molineux, I think, crowd on top, I think it'll be a different story.
We won't be in the heatwave by then, because I've just been reading that apparently the heatwave comes on Wednesday.
Right. Oh, really?
Friday, Saturday is going to be very hot. And if you're watching us from Spain, as I know so many people are at the moment, how are you going to cope with 40 degrees by the end of the week?
Oh,
there's going to be this incredible heatwave in Spain happening. 40 degrees is quite hot.
That's a bit much.
I'm going to dig out my shorts this week, that's for sure.
Oh, yeah. See some knees.
I got 36 in Rome.
Yeah, 36, that's hot.
That was stifling.
Yeah.
I remember being in New York in about 2010 with work, and I walked out of the hotel, going to another hotel for a press conference. I walked about 20 seconds, I had to go back. My shirt had gone soaked through.
Yeah.
Just so stifling.
God.
And that's the problem with living in New York. You get the extremes of heat. It's either too cold in winter,
but it's
too
very
hot in summer,
intense,
very uncomfortable.
isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, well. Lovely. Aidan, we'll see you a little bit later on.
Absolutely.
Look forward to it. Smell you later.
If you've just joined us, I'm not going to explain that.
No, you just have to guess. Look, lots more coming up for you. And we're going to be looking back at the Falklands War 40 years ago through a slightly different lens.
We are GB News.
We're right across this great nation.
On TV,
on radio, on digital.
Absolutely everywhere. We don't talk down to you.
We embrace all voices.
With honest and civilised conversation.
We're not part of the establishment.
We're one of you.
And we're only getting started.
Join us on GB News,
The People's Channel.
Britain's news channel.
Every morning from 6 o'clock, we'll wake you up with GB News Breakfast with all the stories you didn't know from the night before.
So whether it's serious news, entertainment, or your own views from all over our great nation, we're here to kick off your day with a smile.
And the national media should be reflecting and reporting what's happening here.
You will notice the northwestern accents.
Whether you're with us on TV, radio, or online, every morning, it's breakfast from 6 a.m. Hope you can join us.
Join us for Ministry of Offence, the comedy panel show that's just like the news, in that the left fights the right and it doesn't really seem to matter who wins. We cover the big stories. It was in fact a troop of baboons and not angry vegans.
I like that.
And the really important stories.
Fat naked cow gets stuck in swimming pool.
It's a headline in a lot of local newspapers. Yeah.
we're on the same team, Nick. Yeah, but I'm just helping you.
Join us for Ministry of Offence, Saturday nights, 8 o'clock on GB News.
I'm Dan Wootton. Join me Monday to Thursday from 9 to 11 for the feistiest and most fun news debate on TV, where free speech reigns. I'll bring you a sharp take on the day's biggest stories, bombshell newsmaker interviews, and A-list guests. And I guarantee you, no spin, no bias, no censorship, and no reason to go to bed. That's Dan Wootton tonight, Monday to Thursdays from 9 on GB News.
.34 morning to you. This is Breakfast with Stephen and Anne on your TV, on your radio and online.
And it's time to go through the papers now. Joining us this morning, Spiked editor Tom Slater and anthropologist Mariana Hota. And it's lovely to see you both.
Hello.
Right, we're going to get stuck in, I think, first of all, to high-tax Britain and the Tories really not liking being a high-tax government.
Yes, so Tories at war over calls to cut taxes is the headline here. This becoming a real problem for Boris Johnson and his government insofar as so many different members of the cabinet, so many different backbenchers. There's a lot of kind of Tory leadership to come, jostling going on here, I'm sure, as well. Concerned about the rate of the tax rate. Obviously, it's hit a record high. And there's calls essentially for Rishi Sunak to bring that 1p cut to income tax forward, potentially, in order to placate some of these concerns. Very strong briefing from Number 10, essentially saying that people need to grow up, given the fact that whilst Boris Johnson wants to cut taxes, he has to do it in a sustainable way, in a way that won't add to the issue, and also to make sure that, again, the big kind of spending and relief packages, which a lot of Tories were also advocating for, are actually paid for. I think the thing that this really demonstrates is that the Tories are kind of running around like headless chickens. They don't quite know what they want. They don't quite have a kind of longer-term strategy. There's obviously... ideologically, they want tax cuts, but at the same time, they're not necessarily as forthcoming in how they want to pay for the things that they're also advocating for. So it's all just a bit of a mess.
What I don't understand with this is you talk to any economist and they say tax cuts would be good for inflation. But they also say, ultimately, lower taxes are better for tax take. People, you take more, you cut the taxes and you get a higher tax intake because there's less sort of tax avoidance.
I think that possibly depends which economist you're speaking to, Stephen.
No. There's a lot of people say that. You say it's generally better for the economy.
Well,
I think especially economic growth.
It's a question of enforcement because we have huge amounts of tax avoidance. And one of the challenges that came up was that in the conversations around Brexit and how we manage that transition is that the UK is a hub of financial services for international markets. So we don't want to make it, for those big businesses, we don't want to make it a kind of an unappealing territory to be involved with. But, you also need to kind of look at personal taxes, so things like income tax, national insurance, and you know, Tom's absolutely right. We need the government to have these robust policies that they believe, that they've thought through, and then actually enact in a joined-up way that genuinely makes difference to people's pockets, because people are choosing between which meals to skip. If they want to feed their kids, they're not having a meal themselves. It's 2022. Yes, there's a global recession on the horizon. We're in this inflationary bubble with stagnation and all this stuff that everyone's going, oh, I don't really remember ever learning about that at school, but I don't. It's tough. But the bottom line is we need more money in our pockets and we need to keep the economy turning. I think the other thing for me is that we can't just be looking at income tax and questions around that. We need to be looking at the big other taxes, like windfall taxes for oil and gas giants. The tax that if you've got wealth, basically, you make a lot more money. So money makes money. If you're working a kind of a day job, you're not making
But the problem with that is, and it's argued by the Tories, but you can see the argument is that if taxes become punitive, what that actually does is dampen the economy. It dampens growth. It dampens entrepreneurship.
And there's always a danger as well that you're kind of missing the broader picture. Like something like the windfall tax, I'm not necessarily against it on principle. You can understand why that would be helpful at a time like this. But the kind of broader problem of how do we bring the cost of energy down is kind of missed when you're kind of just involved in this sort of, small accounting measures here or there in order to try and keep things moving. And I think especially, we are an outlier at the moment as far as hiking taxes on ordinary people, on wage packets, day to day, month to month, in the situation in which we're in. And it's just an extra punishing pressure on families at a time when it's very, very difficult and prices are spiralling.
And it makes it more unequal because rich people don't feel those impacts and the hard-working people who you actually notice when their, pay packet comes in at the end of the month, they're the folk who are really feeling it.
Yeah, well, there was a report yesterday
all people
saying
who are on
that
benefits.
Most people feel that they're only 1 month away from penury if they lost the infrastructure, for instance, of their job.
How stressful is
They literally
that?
couldn't keep going for even 1 month. And I think there are a lot of people feel that now, and that's not how anyone should be living.
No, and if you own half of Dorset, you're protected from that.
Of course,
if you've got a massive investment portfolio, great. And you can have a conversation with your accountant and your financial advisors in 6 months' time to discuss how you ought to shape your portfolio to ride out the waves of whatever the new set of legislation is.
I'd love a portfolio.
I mean, yeah, exactly. I mean, you need a government, regardless of which side of the political spectrum you sit on, regardless of whether you want high taxes or low taxes, you want a government that has policies that work for people who are working, people who are on benefits, who are contributing to our society.
Let's move on, or we won't cover many of the other stories. Last time, because we can't solve the world's problems in just a few minutes. But Marianne, the whole idea of you do something wrong, you're found guilty, you're given. Community service,
yep.
That's right. But the whole nature of community service seems to be changing.
Well, this is sort of a kind of a fun story on the front of the Daily Star Sunday. Convicts, so people who've been given these community services orders, have been working from home. They've been doing things like making scarves and hats for Ukrainian refugees, knitting. They've been doing things like making PPE, and this has been the case for about 12 months. It was introduced during COVID, when obviously people couldn't be doing their community service orders in public spaces necessarily. Everyone had to stay at home.
Because you always think of community service as somebody who goes out picking up litter and things like that.
It's about the Daily Star's headline says more lags doing lags. I mean,
lags. Yeah, that's a really
you've got to say it like that. Lags. So anyway, it is perhaps worthwhile work. No dismissing that.
Absolutely.
But the kind of question is, should we actually have community service that is in public-facing places where the community can sort of see the payback?
So do you want to have community service that makes a difference, or do you want to have community service which humiliates people in front of the public? Does that put them in stocks?
No, well, litter picking shouldn't necessarily be humiliating.
No. But
I don't know, tidying up a park.
But if they can't do something at home that's really worthwhile because you want to, it's like putting people in the stocks, so you can see them and all. Look down our noses at them. Oh, they've been convicted of something.
I mean, you could look at it like that, or you could say there's that sort of contract that's been refreshed, where I did something wrong, now I'm making amends, and then we're back to square one and I can crack on and, you know, do it better next time. Yeah. Whereas if I've done it in secret, it's like paying a fine and no one knows and everyone goes, oh, I just won't mention that.
It's not very transparent, is it? As long as somebody is keeping an eye on them and making sure they get through a quota of producing PPE or something.
Maybe they need like a little badge on their knitted hat saying sort of like, made by lags.
Maybe a lag, yeah. I just sort of think if they're doing something which is good and is helpful at the minute, then it doesn't matter where they do it.
Maybe they should do knitting in public.
Yes. Yes. Have a knitting gallery.
Who'd want to do that apart from Tom Daly?
Does he do knitting?
He does do knitting in public, and it's a thing, apparently.
It is a thing, yeah.
I mean...
Public knitting.
Oh, I don't know. Can we have a look at all this chaos going on? We need to move away. We need to travel somewhere, Tom.
Yes.
Can we?
It's going to be difficult this month, as we know what with these historic strikes being called. This story on the front of the Sunday Telegraph is essentially about government attempts to try and undercut the strikes, really. So they're talking about a tweak to the law which would allow agency workers to be brought in to cover for the striking workers. This is also coming down the line is more fundamental change, essentially requiring the railways to maintain a kind of skeleton service even in the event of strike action. I'm not going to make myself popular here by suggesting that these measures are essentially about just trying to undermine the right to strike and to collective bargaining, which I know that when people are experiencing the travel chaos and all the rest of it, it is something which is genuinely disruptive. But that's because these workers are being faced with a pay freeze, they are being faced with some job losses, and they have a right to organise to fight for their own interest. And I think these measures are effectively attempts to, in terms of this skeleton crew thing in particular, essentially forcing workers to cross picket lines, which seems to me, given we've got such punishing trade union laws already, is again something which will continue to undermine that right to strike, which it's disruptive, but that's the point of it. It's because they're fighting for their interests.
I'm actually agreeing with Tom on this one. I've got plans that week. I'm really gutted that I might not be able to do the work that I was planning to do. But the right to strike. Trades unions are really important. We've sort of gone into this weird world where we're sort of saying it's Marxist, oh, it's socialist, we should tear down the world order.
No,
it's
but there's a lot of people who've contacted
us.
Yeah, but there's a lot of people who've got in touch with us saying, what, so they can't earn, you know, they're not happy because they're not getting a pay rise from their 60 grand a year that they're earning as train drivers.
This is the figure that's constantly...
And they're not all train drivers either, because that's a useful foil, but, you know, they represent all kinds of workers across the whole service.
The average GMT wage is well above the national average wage.
And that's because they've got strong unions. I mean, this is the thing. It's one thing that we've noticed.
I think everybody would agree. I mean, it would be nice for everybody to be able to earn a decent wage. But I think a lot of people are worried because they remember the 70s and 80s, when this country was hijacked by trades unions. And it was a terrible time. You couldn't get your bins taken away. There was rats in the streets. You know, the miners obviously were on strike. There were flying pickets everywhere. It was a horrible, horrible time. And I think a lot of people remember that.
Yeah.
I think we've got other other organisations as well, groups of workers who are less able to strike, but we need to support them even more. People like teachers, nurses, carers, whose conditions are really terrible, but don't have the strength of the trades union behind them. And I think there needs to be this public support for workers to actually exercise those rights and say, look, this is not OK, because it is in our shared interest that people are paid fairly and they have decent work conditions.
Well, yes, I would agree with some of that, but not all of it. Well, there you go. That's the joy of what we do. You don't have to agree with everything. Mary Ann, Tom, we've got to leave it there for now, but thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
So let's bring you up to date right now with what's in the headlines. And as we've been talking about, agency workers could be called in to replace striking rail staff. The government is considering legal changes to allow agency workers to fill in for staff. And it's understood that the Transport Secretary, Grant Shapps, has not ruled out that option. It comes, of course, as train drivers are to strike over pay, and that threatens huge travel disruption in coming weeks.
The National Farmers Union says the government has stripped to the bone proposals from the review into England's food system. Critics of the food strategy for England have described a leaked draft document as a half-baked blueprint over the rejection of a proposal for tax on sugar and salt. The white paper due to be released tomorrow.
And the family of a teenager who was killed at his home in Manchester have paid tribute to the boy, describing him as a hero. 15-year-old Jakub Szymanski was stabbed whilst he was apparently trying to protect his mother, who was injured during the attack. It happened in the Miles Platting area on Thursday night, and a 44-year-old man who was known to both victims has now been arrested on suspicion of murder.
Her Majesty the Queen has become the world's second longest reigning monarch. The 96-year-old overtakes Thailand's king, who reigned for 70 years and 126 days. The longest reigning monarch, Louis XIV of France, 72 years and 110 days.
So that is yet another record that the Queen has beaten now.
Yeah, well, she's got another 2 years and 10 days to go, though, to become the longest ever.
Gosh, isn't that extraordinary?
Yeah.
She'll make it, I'm sure
she
make
will.
it.
Quite right. Now, we as a nation, of course, are preparing to commemorate the 40th anniversary of the liberation of the Falklands this coming week. GBNews has been given access to previously unseen images of the conflict.
Yeah, the pictures taken at the time by a young Falklands photojournalist, they've gone on display at a special exhibition in the historic Chatham dockyard.
Well, our Home and Security editor, Mark White, has been given a personal tour of the exhibition by the photographer, Graham Bound, who's described in detail the stories behind some of the images.
I was taking shelter in the little hotel, the Upland Goose, just a few yards behind this point here, and I realised that they were advancing up the road, and I thought it worth popping out and trying to get a few snaps. And
you were obviously very close.
Yes, I was. And it was a wide-angle lens as well, so I was actually very close. Some of the troops were suspicious, and some of them were reasonably optimistic and gung-ho. So I wasn't quite sure what to make of it, but I thought it was worth it.
You took a risk, though, because you just never know. Young conscripts, armed, moving into the town, you never know how they're going to react.
Well, it's true, but I had a very strong sense that we were seeing history unfold, and it's not very often that you get a chance to do anything to record that. So I was very young, I was only 24, and I just saw it as an opportunity, so I really wanted to go for it. And that was the beginning of recording something that went on for 10 weeks or so.
Clearly, after the soldiers on foot, the heavy armour.
This was the kind of kit that really alarmed us because it was very heavy armour. And you can see that there's a turret there with at least a .5-inch machine gun, if not a cannon. These were grinding through our streets. And I remember thinking at the time, it was a bit like the War of the Worlds when these monstrous machines suddenly appear. And the day before that, we were used to Morris Minors and Land Rovers trundling down the road, and all of a sudden they were being ground to bits by these huge American-built amphibious personnel carriers, and they were scary. These were Pucará aircraft. They were designed and built in Argentina, and they were a very real concern because their ground attack capability was quite serious. You can see the drums on the wings that would have contained rockets, and they were fitted with machine guns as well. And in this occasion, that aircraft is circling low, very low over Stanley, and it went on for about half an hour because we could see there were a couple of Harriers at altitude just waiting for the chance to pounce on them. They could not compete with a Harrier, but on their own, against ground troops, they were very effective. I framed this out of my bedroom window, in fact, and I like the sort of domesticity. You've got the kitchen chimney there with the Argentine flag in the background, and the Argentine flag is actually flying from our Defence Force HQ mast, so there was something particularly symbolic about that. They'd taken over the Defence Force headquarters.
Graham, tell us about this shot.
Well, the Argentines were very poorly equipped with vehicles, so they took any civilian vehicle that took their fancy. And you can see that the demand far exceeded supply. I did count how many Argentines were in this short wheelbase Land Rover, but
quite a few.
Certainly wasn't designed for that. But we all lost our vehicles, including mine and my father's. They would turn up with a piece of paper and the number of your vehicle written on it and a couple of rubber stamps and said, "We're having it." And the usual story was we're going to use it as an ambulance, but then they weren't. You'd see them the next day, full of troops.
clearly this one very starkly illustrates the human cost of this conflict. We know hundreds on both sides died, but you know, he's lying right in the street of your hometown.
Yeah, there were a couple of bodies lying there, and fortunately for me, they had been covered up very roughly. But on the morning of the surrender, a friend and I decided that we would walk up towards where we knew the British lines were. And we first of all encountered these unfortunate Argentine soldiers who'd clearly been killed by artillery because the fence behind was riddled with shrapnel, and it was pretty clear that the same thing had happened to them. So at the time, I remember, actually my mind goes back to these photographs very, very often. At the time, I wasn't sure whether I should photograph it or not. And when it came to mounting this exhibition, I wasn't really sure whether I should use it or not. But you know, that is the reality.
It's war.
That's the truly horrible reality. I mean, I don't know, he was a young man and, you know, he didn't go home.
The surrender in full swing here. I mean, you can see all the detritus around the streets as well.
These Argentines are being rounded up by British troops. You can see, I think, Paras or Marines doing their best to round them up and at the same time getting these men to clear up a little bit. But the mess was unspeakable. This was one of our general stores here, which had been torched and was gone, but the smoke was still lingering. And when I look at these, I can almost still smell them. It was just a complete scene out of hell, frankly. We sort of segue into colour here because very shortly after the surrender, I laid my hands on some slide film. And yeah, it strikes me still that the short period of transition between total chaos and the death and destruction to everything being organised in a much more ceremonial and civilised way.
For these people, it was their home, and they were, you know, very badly affected by what happened. Tell us about these pictures.
People's homes were destroyed. The population of Stanley went from about 1,400 people down to 500 people, and many of them thought they would be safer out on the farms. And many of them went to Goose Green, for example, or to Pebble Island. And, you know, the words frying pan and fire come to mind, you know, because if they went to Goose Green, they were there locked up and had to endure the Battle of Goose Green. And this gentleman, Griff, who is a shepherd, he was actually the farm manager on Pebble Island, had been locked up with all the other people on the farm in one house for a period of about a month, having a pretty tough time. And he's now very definitely happy to be out with his sheep again. Joe, repairing his fence, which had just been run down by a military truck. And I kind of feel that the whole Falklands War, yes, it was about the Falkland Islanders, but it became far bigger than them, so much more than about the Falkland Islanders. And it's remained that way to a great extent. And everybody at the end of it just had to pick themselves up and get on with their lives. And I look at these guys, both of whom are now gone, and I'm quite proud of them, and I think they did a really good job. I wish they weren't perhaps a little bit forgotten.
Amazing to think it was 40 years ago, isn't it? And I think it's still very sharp in people's memories, actually, because it was such a terrible war. Happened in slow motion as well, to a certain extent, to us at home, because there was no internet there then, and there was no immediate reporting. You had to wait for reporters to file their reports, get them back to Britain somehow, and then edit it and put it out.
And it would still be filmed back then, probably.
Yeah, it was.
It's a whole different process. The world has changed a lot. Look, we were talking about the sort of growing your own veg and things earlier on. Val says, I thought with the cost of vegetables, I'll have a go at growing some myself. She's going to fill the patches with soil and then she's going to get cracking. And she's hopeful that her hens, Gladys and Bluebell, can have some fresh stuff too, so they can lay some eggs.
Yeah.
Gladys
Maybe that's the way we've got to get through this cost of living crisis. If you've got a window box or a patio or something, or hopefully a garden, should we be growing our own vegetables and, you know, sort of digging for England or whatever it was called in those days?
It was
digging for Britain.
Yeah.
Wasn't it? The big posters with Union Jacks and everything. Very GB News, I say. Dig for Britain.
Yeah, lots more still to come. Don't go anywhere. Looking at the weather then, the UK is generally fine. Some scattered showers, though a dry day for many. Here are the details.
A chance of the odd shower for northern coasts during this morning across southwest England, though it will be mainly dry for much of the region with sunny spells.
Across southeast England, a fine morning with sunny spells, a low risk of seeing an isolated shower for a time.
And a calmer day across Wales than yesterday, though it will still be breezy in the north of the country. Generally fine with just the odd shower this morning.
Now, across to the Midlands, it's going to be a fine start to the day. The odd isolated shower at first, so there will be sunny spells as well. Feeling quite pleasant in the sunshine.
And there will be lighter winds across northeast England than yesterday. It'll be a fine day, some scattered showers around this morning, though there will be sunny spells in between.
A drier day across Scotland than yesterday. Winds easing as well, though there will be 1 or 2 scattered showers, particularly in the north and west, but sunny spells as well.
A mixture of sunny spells and scattered showers for Northern Ireland as well this morning. Winds will start to ease though, and it will still be a bit breezy to start the day. A generally fine afternoon then, right across the UK, though there will still be scattered showers mainly in the northwest. And that's your weather today.
We are GB News.
We're right across this great nation.
On TV,
on radio, on digital.
Absolutely everywhere. We don't talk down to you.
We embrace all voices.
With honest and civilised conversation.
We're not part of the establishment.
We're one of you.
And we're only getting started.
Join us on GB News,
The People's Channel.
Britain's news channel.
Every morning from 6 o'clock, we'll wake you up with GB News Breakfast with all the stories you didn't know from the night before.
So whether it's serious news, entertainment, or your own views from all over our great nation, we're here to kick off your day with a smile.
The national media should be reflecting and reporting what's happening here.
You will notice the northwestern accents.
Whether you're with us on TV, radio, or online, every morning, it's breakfast from 6 a.m. Hope you can join us.
Join us for Ministry of Offence, the comedy panel show that's just like the news, in that the left fights the right and it doesn't really seem to matter who wins. We cover the big stories. It was in fact a troop of baboons and not angry vegans.
I like that.
And the really important stories.
Fat naked cow gets stuck in swimming pool.
It's a headline in a lot of local newspapers. Yeah.
we're on the same team, Nick. Yeah, but I'm just helping you.
Join us for Ministry of Offence, Saturday nights, 8 o'clock on GB News.
I'm Dan Wootton. Join me Monday to Thursday from 9 to 11 for the feistiest and most fun news debate on TV, where free speech reigns. I'll bring you a sharp take on the day's biggest stories, bombshell newsmaker interviews, and A-list guests. And I guarantee you, no spin, no bias, no censorship, and no reason to go to bed. That's Dan Wootton Tonight, Monday to Thursdays from 9 on GB News.
Very good morning to you. It's 8 o'clock on Sunday, the 12th of June. This is Breakfast on GB News with Stephen and Anne.
And we're live across the whole of the UK on both your TV and your radio. So wherever you are, you can take us with you.
Yeah, and you might be catching up on the GB News app, or you can check the videos out on YouTube as well. It just means wherever you are in the world, actually, we are absolutely here for you.
And
coming up this
hear
morning.
from you too. As
oh,
well.
we do,
Especially
yes.
if you're in Spain. I'm very worried about people in Spain because there's going to be this massive heat wave, 40 degrees plus. And we know we have a lot of viewers in Spain. Morning.
How about Portugal? Will that do?
Yes.
Tony says 42 degrees in southern Portugal yesterday, where my former colleague Rick retired to. It's too hot for him there.
Yeah,
not even summer yet.
Wow. What can
hot.
you do? Except my old boss was Australian and he used to say that it got so hot sometimes that you used to just go in bed, lie on your bed and wet a towel and then just put a towel, in cold water and just put the towel over you, just try and sleep that way. Nothing else to do. I suppose that was before the days of,
Aircon.
domestic aircon, anyway. Yeah. So how are you going to get through the heat wave? Have you made any plans? Love to hear from you.
Anyway, look, in the main news for you this morning, campaigners are going to take their challenge against the Rwandan migrant policy to the Court of Appeal tomorrow after the first flight to take asylum seekers to the African nation was given the green light. Prince of Wales has expressed his disappointment at the policy, as we know, so could the government be forced into a U-turn?
Well, environmentalists have condemned Boris Johnson's post-Brexit food strategy. And that comes ahead of the Tiverton and Honiton by-election, which is, of course, pretty much a farming community. Farmers say that the policy will add to the worsening cost of living crisis and make producing affordable British food even harder.
And Prince Andrew is set to attend the Order of the Garter Day at Windsor Castle tomorrow. That will mark his first public appearance since Prince Philip's memorial. Comes as the Queen reportedly conducted family meetings to try to find a new role for the Duke. Could it lead to a backlash?
Yes, insiders at the palace have been saying a few things as well. Apparently, the Queen, has sort of had a family committee to try and figure out what do we do with Andrew. But also, it's been reported that she did see Harry and Meghan and the children, but only for 15 minutes, and it was a very formal reception. That's the sort of briefing you're getting from insiders at the palace.
I'm sort of disappointed in that. I would hope it was a bit more family. But,
No, it would explain Harry's sort of gloomy look, wouldn't it?
It would, wouldn't it?
He never looked very pleased to be there at all, did he?
Well, look, let us know what you think. GB Views at gbnews.uk, or, of course, you can tweet us at GBNews.
And remember to subscribe to our YouTube channel, where you can catch all the highlights and biggest moments from today's show.
So we're going to start with the news that campaigners against the government's policy to send migrants to Rwanda say they're now going to take their fight to the Court of Appeal tomorrow.
And that comes after the High Court last week said the first flight to take asylum seekers from the UK to Rwanda could go ahead.
Well, let's talk to Kevin Saunders, who's the former Chief Immigration Officer at UK Border Force at Calais and joins us now. Good to see you this morning, Kevin. Look, what's your take, as someone who's been on the sort of front line of all of this, what's your take on this policy and what should happen?
Good morning. Well, we've got to let the court decide whether the policy is correct or not. We've got to do something. Asylum's broken. The system isn't working. People are dying on the Channel. 10,000 people have crossed the Channel so far this year. I'm sure that later on in your programme you'll be talking about the cost of living, where food banks are running out of food. We can't keep taking half the world into the UK. It's just not possible.
I mean, we are talking about illegal immigrants here, as you say, people trying to cross the Channel, and maybe even the people traffickers themselves will be hit by this. But why do you think there is such opposition to the Rwanda scheme? Not only Prince Charles yesterday letting it be known, I think, that he found it appalling. The Archbishop of Canterbury has been very much against it. Why do you think there is such opposition?
Nobody has come up yet with a workable scheme. Nobody else has come up with a workable scheme. And that's the big problem. Unfortunately, the Europeans won't cooperate. So the government have taken a view that if they send people to a third safe country, it will hopefully stop the people coming across the Channel. That's the bottom line, basically.
I mean, technically, we talk about them going to Rwanda for processing. I mean, would it not be more helpful to do the processing in Calais, where you were in charge? I mean, that doesn't seem to happen. That perhaps could stop things at source.
This is a scheme that I hear all the time. You could set up a processing centre in Calais, or if you set up a processing centre in Calais, what happens to the people that you refuse entry to? They're still in Calais. They will still attempt to come across illegally. There was an excellent programme on LBC on Friday evening when a migrant came on the radio, broke cover and said the United Kingdom is basically being conned because 70% of the people coming across the Channel are not political refugees. They are merely economic refugees. And this was somebody who'd actually done it. And he said, we're just being conned. And I found that a very interesting interview.
In that case, I mean, Priti Patel keeps saying that one of the points of this Rwanda scheme is literally for it to get round so that people will know before they make that dangerous crossing that, frankly, what will happen to them is that they'll be turfed off to Rwanda. Will that, in your experience, having spoken to people like that, would that put them off, do you think? Or would they still say, no, they want to come to Britain and they'll argue their case here in Britain?
No, I think that will put them off. They won't want to be paying the people smugglers up to £5,000 for a chance to sit in the boat and then know that when they reach the UK, they're going to be put on a plane to a third country. And it might not just be Rwanda. I hear that Zambia are considering offering their services as well. So I think this scheme might well take off.
What do you think the appeal is of the UK? Why do these people want to come to the UK if they are economic migrants, as you say, the illegal migrants? Why the UK rather than somewhere like France or Germany?
Because it's much, much easier to disappear into the unregulated economy. In Europe, everybody has to have a document. Everybody carries an ID card, even if you're a refugee. You have to carry an ID card, and employers won't employ you without an ID card. Of course, in the United Kingdom, it's totally different. We don't have this. So it is very, very easy to work in the unregulated economy. And we are actually seeing this already. We're seeing people in some of the hotels where they're being accommodated suddenly disappearing and turning up in the Midlands and areas like that where they're working.
Would that be an answer to go into an ID card system? I mean, I know years ago I was totally against the idea when it was first mooted, but maybe we live in a different world now. Maybe we should have ID cards in this country. What do you think?
Well, that's a real political hot potato.
Well, it all is.
It's certainly a possibility. Personally, I wouldn't object to an ID card, but whether the great British public would agree to it or not, I don't know.
Whole new hot potato, as you say.
Yeah, it's really interesting. Kevin Saunders, thanks for talking to us this morning.
Yeah. I wonder what you think as well about an ID card system.
I was never against it, I've got to be honest, but I just thought, picture's gone, but there you go. But I was thinking at the time, well, it's just like a driving licence, in effect. But then was it the Labour government trying to bring them in? And they were talking about charging every individual £60 for the privilege of having an ID card, which was...
And it could store all sorts of other data on you as well. That's what I was always a bit worried about. But maybe, as I said earlier, maybe times have changed. Is it time for an ID card system? And if what Kevin was saying there, would that be a cheaper and more efficient way of finding out where everybody is? I mean, ultimately, that's what it comes down to, isn't it?
Yeah.
You apply for a job, you haven't got an ID card, questions will be asked.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I've not heard anyone mention that before like this.
GBNews at gbnews.uk. Is it time to bring in an ID card system, and would that solve the problem of illegal migration? Or at least
interesting.
Be a different way of tackling it other than putting people in planes to Rwanda?
Yeah, now, in other news this morning, the Tories are preparing for a key by-election in Tiverton and Honiton. The Prime Minister is, though, facing a backlash from West Country farmers over his post-Brexit food strategy.
Yeah, the National Farmers Union says that initial proposals to help farmers increase food production have now been stripped to the bone in a new policy document.
They say the policy would leave them poorer and unable to compete with foreign producers. Let's talk to the CEO and founder of Youth Vote UK, Alexander Cairns, who's here. Morning to you.
Good morning.
Hello. What sounded on the surface yesterday like quite a good policy, a bit more food security, more work for our farmers, potentially more profit, all seems to have fallen down quite quickly.
Yeah, and I think at the moment, Boris Johnson, I think he's kind of struggling day to day to kind of re-grip the headlines. I don't think he's thought through the policy. I think, the situation with farmers and getting kind of produce in and out the country is far more complicated. We know that Boris Johnson's not necessarily a details man. The reality is he's very good at coming up with policies. When it comes through with actually executing it, not so good at that piece, unfortunately.
I mean, it seems, and it's making front pages on the newspapers today, that farmers are moaning that what seemed good about the policy initially has now been pulled right back, particularly financially. And they said they're not going to be able to produce more food as reasonably priced as Boris Johnson might think. It does it does seem like a U-turn almost. It's a paring back and not a U-turn, but it's not what he envisaged at COP26, is it?
No, it's not. And I think, obviously, ahead of the by-election, he's got to be careful about some of the policies that he kind of pushes through. The reality is, obviously, we are in a kind of food crisis at the moment. Farmers, supply and demand, are having to really look at, ways to kind of ramp up their supply. Naturally, as we're part of the European Union, we knew that there'd be some issues at Calais and documentation and kind of the flow of kind of goods through the borders. So I think it's a complicated situation, and I think he needs to be careful about simplifying it too much, to be honest.
In terms of vote winning, because that's what this is ultimately all about, the whole COP26 experience, which was a damp squib, let's be perfectly honest, is it time to pull away from that under the current circumstances, pull away from really pushing on a green agenda and just trying to create perhaps a slightly more sustainable situation, but one where we have food security, fuel security, which is what we're severely lacking at the moment?
So I think in terms of our position in the world, I think it's important that the UK is at the table. So I don't necessarily agree that we should remove ourselves from COP26. I agree in terms of, these kind of forums have a lot of kind of debate, and then when it comes to agreeing fundamental policies, they're not that great. But I think that's because it's complicated. For example, the United States really needs to be the world leader here, China, India, etc. The UK can do its part. But I think there's so much pressure from young people on the environmental issue. It would be difficult for the UK to kind of walk away, because I think they'd find more pressure.
They'd take their vote elsewhere, wouldn't they?
Exactly, yeah, they would, yeah.
But is there a set, and this is going to sound really dreadfully patronising, and it's not meant to be, but people's perspectives change as they get older, and it's quite right that the youth are putting, a lot of impact and a lot of pressure on the environmental issues, but are they necessarily looking at the bigger picture and the economic picture, which is what keeps us all going at the end of the day?
So of course they're probably not, in fairness, but you've got to understand from their perspective, they're passionate about certain things. The environment is something that they're passionate about. I think, we were talking about the weather in Spain, the weather in Portugal. Heat waves cause economic issues just as much as, other things. And we've got to be careful that, obviously, if we're not talking about the environmental pressures globally, in the future, our generation are really going to feel the burden of that. So, of course, we're not thinking about the economic detail at the moment. And fair enough, we should be, but again, we're going to feel the burden if something's not done in the future.
It just shows how incredibly frustrating it must be, I think, when you get into power, as Boris did, with a massive majority, thinking we are a Tory government, we can do Tory things, and then suddenly the world he thought he was going to be Prime Minister of suddenly changed. And it wasn't about Brexit anymore, it was about a pandemic. And now we're in what looks almost like a recession, certainly a cost of living crisis, and inflation all over the world and everything. And it's not the world he thought he was taking on. And he must be having to row back on nearly everything he wanted to do.
Yeah, and I think it's really interesting, a lot of young people I speak to around the country kind of view Boris Johnson as someone that wanted to be Prime Minister, but didn't really know what that meant, what he was going to do. I think unfortunately, he does go week to week, just thinking about what could I do this week, whether it's like levelling up, whether it's talking about the environmental issue, talking about kind of cost of living, the farming policy. And, I'll be honest, that's not really what we need from a leader. We need someone that really understands detail, really can focus on long-term kind of economic security. We're talking about the cost of living, so, 1 week Rishi Sunak decides that he's not going to support people with a grant. The next week, him and Boris decide that they are. And that's really not what we need from the Prime Minister, and find it kind of top down. I was
going to say, isn't there a sense with and I'm thinking back to my youth, what you wanted to do was protest against power. You wanted to have your voice heard against whoever was in power. And is that an element of some of the frustration?
For sure. I think, in fairness, whether it was a Conservative or Labour government, young people would probably be frustrated at some sort of policy or something happening. But I think, unfortunately, specifically with Boris Johnson, all credit to Theresa May. Of course, she didn't get through necessarily her Brexit deal, but no one ever questioned that she wasn't all over the detail. No one ever questioned that she was, a leader figure. I do think that specifically Boris has let down the office, and that's why young people feel that we need some more integrity back in that office and in politics.
Interesting. Gosh.
Yeah. Alexander, really good to talk to you this morning. Thank you.
I was once told that a minister is like a fireman. They rush from fire to fire just trying to put it out.
Yeah.
And that's what it feels like at the moment, isn't
it? Yeah, it does, to be fair. Look, let's just run you through one or two other headlines at 16 minutes past 8. And agency workers could be called in to replace striking rail staff. The government's considering legal changes to allow agency workers to fill in. So the Transport Secretary isn't ruling that out. It comes as drivers are going to strike over pay, and those strikes threaten huge travel disruption in the coming weeks.
And meanwhile, the National Farmers Union says the government has stripped to the bone those proposals from the review into England's food system. Critics of the government's food strategy for England have described a leaked draft as a half-baked blueprint, with concern over the rejection of a proposal for tax on sugar and salt. The white paper expected to be released tomorrow.
The family of a teenager killed at his home in Manchester has paid tribute to him, calling him a hero. 15-year-old Jakub Szymanski was stabbed while reportedly trying to protect his mother, who was injured in the attack. It happened in the Miles Platting area on Thursday. A 44-year-old man known to both victims has been arrested on suspicion of murder.
Now today, Sunday the 12th of June, the Queen becomes the world's second longest reigning monarch in history. Her Majesty overtakes King Bhumibol of Thailand, who passed away in 2016.
Well, our royal reporter Cameron Walker takes a look at really what she means to all of us here in the UK.
4 balcony appearances, 1 remarkable woman. Her Majesty's been on the throne for 70 years and 126 days. Overtaking the late King Bhumibol of Thailand, who died in 2016. Queen Elizabeth II is the last remaining living link amongst world leaders to the Second World War. It's her lasting presence, royal historian Rafe Hadel-Menku thinks, that's kept this country stable.
Her Majesty has been able to transition Britain from being an imperial power to a post-imperial power, and she's been able to manage that decline by keeping the nation together. If you look at France, a republic, when it lost its empire, there was huge strife and rioting and bloodshed, but Her Majesty somehow managed to use the trappings of royalty to make us all feel reassured. She's been that constant in our lives, that rock that grounds us.
Last week's Platinum Jubilee celebrations was a chance for the whole country to celebrate the Queen's 70 years of service. The first time the United Kingdom had celebrated a Platinum Jubilee. Her ongoing mobility issues meant she couldn't attend every celebration, but 3 balcony appearances as well as a Paddington Bear cameo created cheers across the nation.
She's just a real icon, just somebody that's been around sort of all of my life. I love the Queen.
She's very nice and pretty.
70 years on, it's a great feeling that she's lasted this long and done such a good job.
She's meant a lot all my life, grandparents and stuff like that, from the war. She's a leader.
The Queen says there's no guidebook to follow when it comes to 70 years on the throne. Her Majesty remains committed to serving, in her own words, to the best of her ability, supported by her family. Her son, Prince Charles, for the first time represented her at this year's state opening of Parliament and at Trooping the Colour. And Buckingham Palace will not confirm if tomorrow Charles will represent the Queen again to bestow the highest and oldest royal honour on his wife, the Duchess of Cornwall, when she's elevated to the Royal Lady of the Most Noble Order of the Garter. The Queen's wish for the future Queen Consort. In 2024, Her Majesty is set to become the world's longest reigning monarch in history. Prime Ministers come and go, but the Queen remains constant. Cameron Walker, GB News.
Oh, I love that.
And as I was saying earlier, that there's news today that is leaking out from Buckingham Palace that actually the Queen didn't intend to come out onto the balcony the last time she did, at the end of the Jubilee, because she wasn't feeling that good, and so she was going to stay in Windsor Castle. And Prince Charles sensed the mood of the crowd and apparently got on the phone to her and he said, "You're going to have to come down, please do, because the atmosphere is just incredible and they want to see you." And so she wasn't feeling very good, but she got in the car and came down. And that's when we saw the flag go up over Buckingham Palace. And it was only moments later, wasn't it? They all came out and gave us that lovely last picture there, which I think everybody really wanted to see at the end of the Jubilee.
It was the cherry on the cake.
It really was. It was
just to see her at the end. I thought it was absolutely magical.
Yeah.
What is it about?
I don't know.
I don't know.
She's just been with us forever.
I suppose, yeah. So that's got to be a lot of it. I just have so much admiration for the woman.
I think it's how we all feel in our own families, you know, about Granny or something, isn't it? And she is she has become the grandmother, if not the great-grandmother, of the nation. She's been with us all our lives, really, or at least that's how it feels. And, well, you'd have to be very old indeed not to remember her always being around. And she has always been around, and she's been steadfast, and we all value that, don't we?
Yes, I think we do. I think we do. Well, certainly another 2 years and 110 days and she'll become the longest reigning monarch ever.
That would be incredible.
That's going to be something to celebrate. Well, look, don't go now. We're going to stick with a little bit of royal news coming up. We're going to be asking whether it is time for Prince Andrew to return to public life. Looking at the weather then, the UK is generally fine. Some scattered showers, though a dry day for many. Here are the details.
A chance of the odd shower for northern coasts during this morning across southwest England, though it will be mainly dry for much of the region with sunny spells.
Across southeast England, a fine morning with sunny spells, a low risk of seeing an isolated shower for a time.
And a calmer day across Wales than yesterday, though it will still be breezy in the north of the country. Generally fine with just the odd shower this morning.
Now, across to the Midlands, it's going to be a fine start to the day. The odd isolated shower at first, so there will be sunny spells as well. Feeling quite pleasant in the sunshine.
And there will be lighter winds across northeast England than yesterday. It'll be a fine day, some scattered showers around this morning, though there will be sunny spells in between.
A drier day across Scotland than yesterday. Winds easing as well, though there will be 1 or 2 scattered showers, particularly in the north and west, but sunny spells as well.
A mixture of sunny spells and scattered showers for Northern Ireland as well this morning. Winds will start to ease, though, and it will still be a bit breezy to start the day. A generally fine afternoon then, right across the UK, though there will still be scattered showers mainly in the northwest. And that's your weather today.
We are GB News.
We're right across this great nation.
On TV,
on radio, on digital.
Absolutely everywhere. We don't talk down to you.
We embrace all voices.
With honest and civilised conversation.
We're not part of the establishment.
We're one of you.
And we're only getting started.
Join us on GB News,
The People's Channel.
Britain's news channel.
Every morning from 6 o'clock, we'll wake you up with GB News Breakfast with all the stories you didn't know from the night before.
So whether it's serious news, entertainment, or your own views from all over our great nation, we're here to kick off your day with a smile.
And the national media should be reflecting and reporting what's happening here.
You will notice the northwestern accents.
Whether you're with us on TV, radio, or online, every morning, it's breakfast from 6 a.m. Hope you can join us.
Join us for Ministry of Defence, the comedy panel show that's just like the news, in that the left fights the right and it doesn't really seem to matter who wins. We cover the big stories. It was in fact a troop of baboons and not angry vegans.
I like that.
And the really important stories.
Fat naked cow gets stuck in swimming pool.
It's a headline in a lot of local newspapers. Yeah.
we're on the same team, Nick. Yeah, but I'm just helping you.
Join us for Ministry of Defence, Saturday nights, 8 o'clock on GB News.
I'm Dan Wootton. Join me Monday to Thursday from 9 to 11 for the feistiest and most fun news debate on TV, where free speech reigns. I'll bring you a sharp take on the day's biggest stories, bombshell newsmaker interviews, and A-list guests. And I guarantee you, no spin, no bias, no censorship, and no reason to go to bed. That's Dan Wootton tonight, Monday to Thursdays from 9 on GB News.
"8:26, morning to you. This is Breakfast with Stephen and Anne. Loads of you getting in touch this morning. Actually, ID cards.
Yes.
Now, because
we were wondering, we were talking about the illegal immigration, and actually our guest, Kevin Saunders, was saying maybe other countries don't have the same problem because they have an ID card system.
Can't get a job without one. But, so there you go. Paul Howie says, why impose more regulation on the whole population? Because people oppose regulating illegal immigration. You already must have a national insurance number to work in the UK. Do you think unscrupulous employers would change their ways with an ID card? Fair point. Kiernan says, though, all for ID cards, let's have one. It would also make sure that in elections you can only vote once, so it's a win-win. It's from Mike Kiernan.
And always the argument about ID cards is if you've got nothing to hide, why would you not want one? It's just that you never know. You never know how the future's going to bear out, do you? And what you actually, what you'd prefer to keep private, and what you wouldn't want the government to know about you, I guess. And we all have a right to be private citizens, don't we?
Yes, but then that all boils down to similar things, a bit like the, people getting very upset because about being tracked anywhere, and security cameras, Well,
we've got more
CCTV
CCTV in this country than any other country or something.
But then we all want a mobile phone, and our mobile phones know exactly where we are, we've been.
That's what my son says. You've got a mobile phone. Frankly, the government knows everything they want to know about you anyway.
Yeah.
And so do many other people too.
It's a little thing when you pop into a cafe and it says, "Oh, you haven't been in this cafe for 4 years."
Yeah.
And
you
you
think, hang on a minute, it's none of your business. Yes, exactly.
But there you go. But I don't mind it. I just think, well, because I've nothing to hide, so I don't care. But anyway, each to their own. Now, Buckingham Palace has confirmed that a service is going to be held tomorrow to mark Garter Day, with reports suggesting Prince Andrew, who is still a Knight of the Order of the Garter, will walk in the procession to a service at St George's Chapel.
Yeah, it's always a very, very big do, and the members of the Order of the Garter wear all the flummery. It's incredibly old-fashioned flummery as well. It's feathers and it's ermine and everything. And they walk from one part of Windsor Castle to the chapel for the service, and it's always a big display. Well, he now, of course, has recovered, apparently, from COVID-19, and he was spotted on Thursday driving in Windsor, but his reported appearance remains controversial since being accused of those historic sexual assault charges by Virginia Giuffre, which, of course, he has always denied, but we know came to some sort of arrangement over.
Let's talk to former royal correspondent at The Sun, Charles Ray. Morning to you, Charles. Do you think we will see Prince Andrew?
Good morning, Anne and Stephen. Well, unfortunately, I think we will see Prince Andrew at the Garter. And as you mentioned, this is not just any old procession. This is a 700-year-old order of chivalry, where there are only supposed to be 24 knights and ladies of the Garter. And if Andrew turns up, I think it will be a complete and utter sham that he will be there. Given what's happened over the last few months, and you're absolutely quite right, Anne, when you said that he continues to deny all these allegations of historic sex with this Virginia Giuffre. And but he paid £12 million to this woman, or a woman who he claims that he has no recollection of ever meeting. There is a stench hanging all over him. He's been removed from all public duties. All the charities and regiments don't want to have anything at all to do with him. And I have a sneaking suspicion that there are certain people at the palace who want to try to bring him back somehow or other into public life. Well, I sincerely hope it doesn't happen. He should be completely hidden away. I don't think the country wants to see him again.
No, and it's such a shame in a way that it will detract, won't it, from... I mean, I know it's pageantry, really, seeing the members of the Order of the Garter, but they are all people that mean a lot to the Queen because giving somebody the Order of the Garter is her personal sort of gift to them. Amongst the new Garters, we're going to see Camilla and, wait for it, Sir Tony Blair, and David Attenborough. I mean, they're going to be the new members that people will want to feel very positive about, or at least most people. And Prince Andrew, if he's there, is going to draw all of the cameras, isn't he? It's going to be the image that's probably seen on the next day's newspaper front pages, and it will detract from those people who seriously look forward to getting the Garter and seeing them.
And don't forget that Baroness Amos is also going to be installed as the Lady of the Garter as well. And you're absolutely right. I mean, there's going to be two people that it's going to be focused on tomorrow for two different reasons. One, Prince Andrew, and the other is Tony Blair. You know, not equally a controversial figure, but he is also a controversial figure because of the Iraq War. But yes, cameras will be focused on certainly on Prince Andrew if he does turn up and he wears all the finery, because as you quite rightly said, it is a flamboyant parade, and it sets off the week because next week is Ascot week and everything else. And what we still don't know is whether the Queen will be bestowing the awards on the new intake or whether it will be Prince Charles. I mean, I'm sure the Queen would like to do it to Camilla, give her award because, you know, it's her daughter-in-law.
Yeah. Look, when it comes to, whenever it may be, Prince Charles becoming king, if we don't see anything beforehand, is that a time when we may actually see Andrew really sort of locked in a cupboard, as it were?
At the moment, I don't think Prince Charles is very keen on seeing his brother take on... He's still his brother. I mean, obviously, there's still love there. There's no question about that. But I don't think he wants Andrew as a representative of the royal family at the moment. Who knows if that will change? I would be surprised if it does change when Charles is king.
It's interesting as well, also rumoured in today's papers, is that the Queen did have a sort of committee meeting in the family about this, and they were wondering whether or not there is a job he could do in Scotland which would take him physically, at least geographically, further away from the spotlight.
What's Scotland done to upset?
I know.
Upset the royal family? It's ridiculous. No, I mean it's shades of, you know, days going by when you made the king who abdicated because of Wallace Simpson, you know, governor of the Bahamas. You just get him out of the way. No, I don't think he should be given any role in this country or anywhere else by the Queen.
It's funny, you're our second guest today to react exactly that way, saying, what's Scotland done to deserve him?
What about the Outer Hebrides?
I mean, you know, there's a lot of sheep up there.
Well, it might be something. But look,
I don't think...
I know. I mean, we laugh about it, but, you know, it must be painful for the Queen because it's a horrible thing to hear about your son, for a start, and allegedly he was always her favourite. It must be very painful for her.
I've never come across, you know, I keep on hearing that he was her favourite son, but I've never actually ever found the source of this, you know, of this statement, to be perfectly honest. I mean, he is her son, and she's got to love him like a son. And any mother, as you well know, Anne, any mother will do anything for their kids, no matter what they do. They will find always the goodness in them. But on this one, it's right that he's in the cupboard, so to speak. I mean, he should stay there.
Yeah. OK, really good to talk to you, Charles. Thank you very much indeed. Patricia on Twitter agrees with that. No, she says, Prince Andrew, never. She's also furious about Eugenie for cutting the Duchess of Cambridge out of a picture she posted on Instagram.
Ooh, really?
I don't know, was that deliberate or not? I don't know, we mustn't read too much into it.
I
haven't seen
photographs, I suppose.
But no Prince Andrew ever.
Yeah.
Says Patricia.
I wonder who did put out that message, because I've never been able to read who actually first said Prince Andrew was allegedly the Queen's favourite.
No, well,
it may be Prince Andrew himself, because my sons do that to me all the time.
Do they?
They say, am I your favourite? I say yes to every one of them. So they all know that they're my favourite, all of them.
It all might
equally.
be to do with other rumours and things,
I suppose so. I mean, they've been talked about forever, haven't they?
Yeah. Don't do favourites.
No,
don't like
of course
favourites.
not. No, you can't do favourites, not if you're a mum.
No. Look, we've got plenty more to come for you, including remembering the Falklands War 40 years on. Stay with us.
We are GB News.
We're right across this great nation.
On TV,
On radio, on digital.
Absolutely everywhere. We don't talk down to you.
We embrace all voices.
With honest and civilised conversation.
We're not part of the establishment.
We're one of you.
And we're only getting started.
Join us on GB News,
The People's Channel.
Britain's news channel.
Every morning from 6 o'clock, we'll wake you up with GB News Breakfast with all the stories you didn't know from the night before.
So whether it's serious news, entertainment, or your own views from all over our great nation, we're here to kick off your day with a smile.
The national media should be reflecting and reporting what's happening here.
You will notice the northwestern accents.
Whether you're with us on TV, radio, or online, every morning, it's breakfast from 6 a.m. Hope you can join us.
Join us for Ministry of Defence, the comedy panel show that's just like the news, in that the left fights the right and it doesn't really seem to matter who wins. We cover the big stories. It was in fact a troop of baboons and not angry vegans.
I like that.
And the really important stories.
Fat naked cow gets stuck in swimming pool.
It's a headline in a lot of local newspapers. Yeah.
we're on the same team, Nick. Yeah, but I'm just helping you.
Join us for Ministry of Defence, Saturday nights, 8 o'clock on GB News.
I'm Dan Wootton. Join me Monday to Thursday from 9 to 11 for the feistiest and most fun news debate on TV, where free speech reigns. I'll bring you a sharp take on the day's biggest stories, bombshell newsmaker interviews, and A-list guests. And I guarantee you, no spin, no bias, no censorship, and no reason to go to bed. That's Dan Wootton tonight, Monday to Thursdays from 9 on GB News.
At 8:37, morning to you. This is Breakfast with Stephen and Anne, online, on your radio and on TV.
Should we take a look at today's front page newspapers? The Sunday Times first, leading on the Prime Minister's U-turn on green policies, which is just about infuriating everybody.
The Observer says that the PM is facing fury in rural areas for this post-Brexit food strategy.
And The Express calls on the Prince of Wales to stay out of politics after rumours swirl about his disapproval of the Rwanda plan.
The Mail on Sunday has Priti Patel's rebuke to Prince Charles on the Rwanda plan.
So let's have a look inside the newspapers as well and look at the main stories. Spiked editor Tom Slater joins us and anthropologist Mary-Anne Ahuta. And a very good morning. Thanks for coming in again. Who are we starting with? Mary.
Yeah.
Oh, and this menopause story. Tell us all about this.
So I think probably most people have been aware that lots of celebrities have been coming out, women in middle and later ages saying, hang on a minute, yes, the menopause is really tricky. The premenopause is really tricky. It's this terrible taboo. Davina McCall did a big documentary about kind of lots of people revealing, I thought I was going mad, so did I. Or, you know, there's huge impacts on your ability to work, your mood, your physical state, how you're feeling. And if society doesn't acknowledge it, then you feel hugely unsupported and there's no medical help. And there's this kind of idea of medical sexism. It's a women's problem. It's all women being tricky. Or they're just kind of
Women
losing
go weird.
it. Women go weird.
But isn't
period
society...
pain and all that stuff. Oh, it's not. It doesn't really count. That's why it takes about 5 years or more to get a diagnosis of endometriosis, because you go to the GP and you say, when I get my period, the pain is terrible, and they go, just take some paracetamol, and actually it's a really serious medical condition.
But aren't people aware of this now?
To some extent.
Aware, but it's not acknowledged in many laws. It's not acknowledged in the workplace enough. And it is a big problem to know how to acknowledge it properly.
Well, exactly. And I think there's still a little bit of sniggering, perhaps. There's still a little bit of, like, oh, the eye-rolling, oh, it's women going on about women's things again. And I think it's something that we really need to acknowledge, because if people aren't supported while they're going through this hugely changing phase of their lives, then it means that, for example, they drop out of the workforce because they don't feel supported at work, or they're having to take sick days and they can't explain why I need to take sick days, and there's no acknowledgement that it's legitimate, even though it is. Or people think, oh, crikey, I'm losing it, I can't do my job. Or people don't get the promotion, or they don't get the renewal of the contract, or what have you. So I think for kind of fairness and for people to feel supported and for that to be acknowledged as a genuine condition of health that needs support and medical support as well as like social support, it's good that we're talking about it. It really is good. So this is a group of celebrities who are going to Westminster to call for what has been called a menopause mandate, calling on the government to address inequalities that women are particularly facing, or anyone undergoing the menopause. And apparently Sir Lindsay Hoyle, the Speaker of the House of Commons, is going to be one of the first ones to sign up and announce that the Commons is going to be, quote, a menopause-friendly employer. I mean, let's be honest.
I wonder what that means, though.
Has a lot of issues around sex and gender. And you're like,
It sounds like an easy label.
You can see it being such a difficult thing to legislate for in any way at all, even in the workplace. If you provide sort of areas where women can go and try and get over the hot flashes, or just go and calm down, or sit. If you're asking employers to provide those sort of little lounge areas or something like that, where women can just get out of the melee for a bit, how are many employers going to cope with that? A lot of people are going to then say to some women, you're shirking, you're not really menopausal, you just fancy 5 minutes off. I just think I can see what a nightmare it's going to be trying to legislate for.
I don't know if it's necessarily a case of having to provide a special space, with candles or flowers or anything like that. I think it's actually just being able to say to your line manager, this is what's going on with me, this is what I might need. And actually also to empower women to, and people undergoing the menopause, women or not, I know the GB viewers are going to be on at me about that, but it's true, it's not just women who undergo the menopause or have those hormonal conditions. It's just feeling the confidence and the knowledge that you have empowered to say, I think this is what's going on.
It's the sheer fact that you've been able to say the word on television now. 20 years ago, I don't think you could have.
Really?
Yeah, it wasn't something you spoke about. There was a conspiracy of silence because it was a women's issue and it was seen as a bit icky and difficult. That it just wasn't talked about. So at least being able to talk about it is a step forward.
Yeah,
well, I went to see the Menopause the musical yesterday afternoon.
Oh, well. How was it?
It was hilarious, actually. But I tell you what, it made me think about those spaces. The theatre, Milton Keynes Theatre, it was full of older ladies, was blooming freezing.
Oh.
It was freezing.
Don't think that's got to do with
because they were all going through hot flashes.
I think it was deliberate. I think it was deliberate.
That's the cost of energy.
Because nobody else seemed to
They just
mind.
turned the heating on.
I was sat there frozen, nobody else minded.
Oh,
they were all laughing out. There you go.
Oh dear.
They
but
were
as long
nice
as I think, as long as we can talk about it, I think that's the major step forward. Because the more we talk about it, the more we realise that it is a problem.
Well, it is half the population.
Yeah, and it doesn't affect all women, but it affects some women so badly.
So badly. And of course, we're in that situation where women are people are having HRT, which is one of the treatments to kind of help with the symptoms, are being restricted because of supply chain issues. And GPs, all those primary carers need to step up and actually make women feel supported when they ask for help, because they are listening.
I was just going to say, Tom, you haven't chipped in on this one much, Tom.
I don't have strong views on the
No, wise.
But
wise.
Again, whether it's this issue or any issue, talking about it more is always a good thing.
Yeah, I think that's right. As we talk about, then, the Tory civil war, that may not be a good thing.
Yes, so this is the latest attack on Jeremy Hunt, who's really the first to properly put his head above the parapet and make clear his leadership intentions. They've been an open secret for a long time anyway. Coming under attack in the Mail on Sunday for his views on COVID. So they've recirculated this video from about 6 months into the pandemic in 2020, where he essentially calls for something resembling a zero COVID response, keeping numbers as low as humanly possible, even discussing his sister's experience going back to Beijing, where she lives, and being escorted to her flat, being essentially welded into it, and then regularly visited by the police to make sure she doesn't leave. Makes a point of saying that we shouldn't go that far, but nevertheless still backing a very restrictive policy. And I think the reason this is coming up is obviously there's a lot of blue on blue attacks and briefings going on at the moment. We all know that. But Jeremy Hunt, I think, is particularly exposed because he seems to have flip-flopped on almost every major issue of recent times. I mean, when he last ran in 2019, despite being a Remainer, despite originally calling for a second referendum, tried to remake himself as a kind of Brexiteer, calling for a no deal under certain circumstances, then quietly shelved that after the election. In this case, he's, again, currently trying to pose as more lockdown sceptical, even told GBNews recently, I believe, that if he'd had his way, there'd have been no lockdowns whatsoever, despite the fact that he's on record facing a very different policy. So, I mean, there was a quote doing the rounds the other day from one of his colleagues saying that he's an unprincipled windsock, and I think it's stories like this certainly help bolster that. And he just feels like a politician from a slightly different age, that kind of earlier managerial, you're not really sure what they believe about any issues, they kind of just resemble kind of middle management. I think that caricature will stick to Jeremy.
Middle management, yeah.
Boris Johnson doesn't believe anything either. He's just also not middle management.
Just does it with gusto.
Yeah, he's all bluster and dancing at the top of the, block of statues.
I just can't help thinking that it's a bit unfair, given the way, if you look at the way COVID was handled, to label somebody as being flip-flop when you had to change strategies according to the knowledge that was coming forward. Is it that shameful a thing to be a bit of a flip-flop?
I think in Jeremy Hunt's case, just because he seems to do this on so many different issues, I think that's one of the things which makes people call into question whether or not he's just adjusting what he says depending on who he's talking to, whether it's Tory members or the general public or whatever. I think that's the kind of core of the criticism.
Can I say?
No, go on. Well,
I was just going to say, Anne, you're absolutely right, though. I do think we
No, you can't say that.
Yes, you can, because we do need politicians who are able to change their mind based on changing evidence or a changing situation. We don't want someone to kind of just dogmatically stick with one thing because it was true 3 years ago and now stuff is different. We need to accept that, but they do need to have sort of principles and an evidence base that they've changed their minds on, rather than just, what is going to play best for the voters today rather than tomorrow.
What have you found in the Times?
I can't remember. Give me a clue.
Size does matter.
Oh, yeah. Oh, hang on. Oh, you've made me... OK, so this is a silly story, I think. No, in a good way. It's a chap who was a former Google data scientist, so kind of looked at huge amounts of data. Basically, online dating, Cal Surprise, is rubbish. It's good at finding people you desire, lust for, but it doesn't necessarily help you find a good partner.
Yeah.
For example, overall, the statistics definitely show that a man who's 6 foot taller, so 6 foot rather than 5'6", can basically get away with lots of other things being perhaps deficient or less than desirable.
Yeah.
So
if he's 6'2" but ugly as a bug...
doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter.
If he's 6'2" and earns a third of what the 5'6" guy earns, doesn't matter, apparently. So don't trust your gut. It's a bad measure because it goes to all the kind of lowest common denominators.
We've got two very tall men here. How tall are you?
6'4".
6'4"?
Yeah,
So it is. I'm 6 foot. I used to be. I remember when I was at school, I was one of the tallest. Whereas now, of course, I mean, the young men now are all.
Yes, they are getting taller and taller, aren't they?
I think everyone's getting taller.
Yeah.
It's nutrition.
Yeah,
that's what it is.
But there was a story out the other day, wasn't there, saying because of global warming, apparently that leads to naturally to shorter people. So we're all going to get shorter again. I think that's on Thursday. I covered that in the papers.
Then. So I think I'm getting shorter and shorter now.
Oh, there you go. What to kind of
that 5 foot level.
Oh.
Because it's something to do with global warming.
Interesting.
I don't know how that works.
Coping with dry conditions. It depends where in the world. As an overall, I mean,
apparently.
People thriving in rural Norfolk might be facing different.
We will investigate this fully for you. So next time you come, you'll know what Stephen's talking about.
It was in the papers. It must be
true. Yes.
You need the whole story,
You're
though.
quite tall, aren't you?
5'11". Yeah.
Yeah, it's quite tall.
But I don't think that really necessarily helps me as a woman.
No, but a lot of women are getting taller as well. My niece is she's not as tall as you, but she's quite tall, and there's a lot of tall girls now. Nice.
If we all stood up now, I'd disappear below the table.
Yeah.
Teeny tiny.
You are, yes.
Whenever we do photographs together, I have to stand on a box, could you not?
No, it's true.
Oh. It's quite a big box, too.
And he's helping up onto the box. Lovely. Mary Ann, Tom, thank you very much indeed.
Thank you. Shall we bring you up to date then with today's headlines? And agency workers could be called in to replace striking rail staff. The government is considering legal changes to allow agency workers to fill in for staff, and it's understood that Transport Secretary Grant Shapps has not ruled out that option. And it comes, of course, as train workers are going to strike over pay, which threatens huge travel disruption in coming weeks.
National Farmers Union says the government has stripped to the bone proposals from the review into England's food system. Critics of the food strategy for England have described a leaked draft as a half-baked blueprint, with concern over the rejection of a proposal for tax on sugar and salt. The white paper's due to be released tomorrow.
And the family of a teenager who was killed at his home in Manchester has paid tribute to the boy, describing him as a hero. 15-year-old Jacob Szymanski was stabbed whilst reportedly trying to protect his mother, who was injured during the attack. It happened in the Miles Platting area on Thursday night. A 44-year-old man known to both victims has been arrested on suspicion of murder.
Her Majesty the Queen has become the world's second longest reigning monarch, the 96-year-old overtaking Thailand's king, who reigned for 70 years and 126 days. The longest reigning monarch is Louis XIV, with 72 years and 110 days. Now, it's just over a week until the longest day of the year, and tourist destinations across the UK are gearing up for what they hope is going to be a very nice, profitable summer season.
And with so many flights cancelled and airports pushed to breaking point, more and more of us apparently planning a staycation this year, adding a welcome boost to an industry that's been on its knees since the pandemic.
But there's one group of tourists who haven't found their way back to our shores just yet, as Jeff Moody explains.
Have you noticed something about our Chinese restaurants? You might not be able to put your finger on it, but it's the same in our tourist resorts too. There's hardly any Chinese people.
It's better when they are here, so it's nicer to see them. Yeah.
There are quite a few restaurants which have been shut down. We've noticed a lot more availability.
Absolutely.
It's good when there's Chinese people eating in a Chinese restaurant. That's one of the things that you look for when you come out to a Chinese restaurant.
In 2019, 880,000 of them came to the UK to immerse themselves in the customs of the British. They spent £1.7 billion. But travel out of China is tough right now. The country's lockdown laws depriving a nation of tourists of fulfilling their wanderlust. And they've been missed.
It makes a psychological difference. It's probably about 10% of our visitor economy. But what it does make you feel for the domestic visitors is you are in an international destination. So it's actually sort of adds that appeal when you realise people have come from around the world to visit this place, that it actually makes you feel good that you've actually chosen it.
That feel-good factor, of course, translates into hard cash. And for businesses that rely on Chinese tourists, times are lean, times are lonely.
And now they're coming back. The lockdowns have been lifted in China, and 85% of people surveyed said they were planning a trip abroad in the next few weeks and months. Visit Britain is determined to make the most of that now, so that restaurants like these are full of Chinese people too.
Nu Xiaoping is the chef at a Chinese restaurant in the New Forest. Before the pandemic, he says, they were always busy. And when the Chinese tourists come back, they'll be busy again. Bi Li Tai is the manager here. He says the Chinese and the English are great friends.
中国跟英国 is a good friend, you know.
He misses them. He hopes they'll return soon.
然后文化
And return they will, if Visit Britain has anything to do with it. They're already drumming up business by asking Chinese tourists to come up with Chinese names for our landmarks.
女王街道
That's the Queen's Driveway, or as we say, the Mall.
摘星塔
The Tower to Pluck the Stars, that's what the Chinese call the Shard.
白寺大裸奔
The Cern Abbas giant, well, he's a big white streaker.
怡翠原野
And Dartmoor, that's the quaint, quirky wilderness. Well, the hope now is our quaint, quirky country will see the Chinese returning en masse, and we can say ni hao to our Chinese friends once again. Jeff Moody, GB News.
Nowhere finer to vacation, as long as the weather's good. But it's going to be scorcher by the end of the week.
Yeah, that should be nice, actually. We need a bit of decent weather.
We do.
Because it's been... last weekend was a bit of a... I know we made the most of it, but it was a bit of a washout, on Sunday at least. I was very cold.
We can get out the barbecue this coming weekend.
That would be very nice. We put a poll out, actually, asking people if should we have more vegan and vegetarian barbecues. It's not gone down well.
Oh, really?
No.
You can have some lovely vegan and vegetarian things on a barbie.
I think it's the implication that we should do that, which is more sort of rather than if you want to. And a lot of people saying, you eat what you want, I'll eat what I want.
Personal
which
choice.
is fair, absolutely fair enough. I do like a veggie burger.
But everybody, yes, exactly. Everybody thinks of, when you think of a barbie, they think of putting great slabs of steak on it, but it doesn't have to only be that.
No.
You can actually do some really lovely vegetarian kebabs, and corn on the cob on a barbie is lovely.
You can do a pizza on a barbecue, apparently.
You can.
That's going to have to be done. Look, stay with us. We've got plenty more to come, including all the very latest on those looming train strikes. Looking at the weather then, the UK is generally fine. Some scattered showers, though a dry day for many. Here are the details.
A chance of the odd shower for northern coasts during this morning across southwest England, though it will be mainly dry for much of the region with sunny spells.
Across southeast England, a fine morning with sunny spells, a low risk of seeing an isolated shower for a time.
And a calmer day across Wales than yesterday, though it will still be breezy in the north of the country. Generally fine with just the odd shower this morning.
Now, across to the Midlands, it's going to be a fine start to the day. The odd isolated shower at first, so there will be sunny spells as well. Feeling quite pleasant in the sunshine.
And there will be lighter winds across northeast England than yesterday. It'll be a fine day, some scattered showers around this morning, though there will be sunny spells in between.
A drier day across Scotland than yesterday. Winds easing as well, though there will be one or two scattered showers, particularly in the north and west, but sunny spells as well.
A mixture of sunny spells and scattered showers for Northern Ireland as well this morning. Winds will start to ease, though, and it will still be a bit breezy to start the day. A generally fine afternoon then, right across the UK, though there will still be scattered showers mainly in the northwest. And that's your weather today.
We are GB News.
We're right across this great nation.
On TV,
On radio, on digital.
Absolutely everywhere. We don't talk down to you.
We embrace all voices.
With honest and civilised conversation.
We're not part of the establishment.
We're one of you.
And we're only getting started.
Join us on GB News,
The People's Channel.
Britain's news channel.
Every morning from 6 o'clock, we'll wake you up with GB News Breakfast with all the stories you didn't know from the night before.
So whether it's serious news, entertainment, or your own views from all over our great nation, we're here to kick off your day with a smile.
And the national media should be reflecting and reporting what's happening here.
You will notice the northwestern accents.
Whether you're with us on TV, radio, or online, every morning, it's breakfast from 6 a.m. Hope you can join us.
Join us for Ministry of Offence, the comedy panel show that's just like the news, in that the left fights the right and it doesn't really seem to matter who wins. We cover the big stories. It was in fact a troop of baboons and not angry vegans.
I like that.
And the really important stories.
Fat naked cow gets stuck in swimming pool.
It's a headline in a lot of local newspapers. Yeah.
we're on the same team, Nick. Yeah, but I'm just helping you.
Join us for Ministry of Offence, Saturday nights, 8 o'clock on GB News.
I'm Dan Wootton. Join me Monday to Thursday from 9 to 11 for the feistiest and most fun news debate on TV, where free speech reigns. I'll bring you a sharp take on the day's biggest stories, bombshell newsmaker interviews, and A-list guests. And I guarantee you, no spin, no bias, no censorship, and no reason to go to bed. That's Dan Wootton tonight, Monday to Thursdays from 9 on GB News.
Good morning. It's 9 o'clock now on Sunday, the 12th of June. This is Breakfast on GB News with Stephen and Anne.
We are, of course, live across the whole of the UK. We're on your TV and your radio, and you can take us wherever you are going today.
Yeah.
Just keep going.
And, you know, wherever you are, you could also be catching up with us on the GB News app or looking for us on YouTube. If you are watching us on YouTube, do remember to like and subscribe, because for some reason it matters. I don't know, it's a techie reason, isn't it?
It's a techie thing.
Yeah, yeah.
Don't know, but it's good.
Free. It's free, entirely free.
So why not? This is Breakfast, of course. This is what we've got for you today. And campaigners take their challenge against the Rwandan migrant policy to the Court of Appeal tomorrow, after the first flight to take asylum seekers to the African nation was given the green light last week. But following the Prince of Wales expressing his disappointment at the policy, could the government be forced into a U-turn?
Environmentalists have condemned Boris Johnson's post-Brexit food strategy ahead of the Tiverton and Honiton by-election. Farmers say that the policy will add to the worsening cost of living crisis and make producing affordable British food even harder.
And England fans face yet another disappointing display from the Three Lions yesterday, drawing 0-0 with Italy in Wolverhampton. So, is Gareth Southgate still the man to lead England into the World Cup? We'll be talking to Aidan McGee a little bit later on.
So don't forget you can join in any of our discussions this morning by emailing us gbviews@gbnews.uk or tweet us @gbnews.
Yes, and as Anne was saying before, don't forget to subscribe if you're watching on YouTube. That way we can send you all the biggest moments from today's show.
Now, Conservative MPs and Cabinet Ministers have been calling for urgent tax cuts to tackle the cost of living crisis and boost growth as the UK faces the biggest tax burden, apparently, since the 50s.
Yeah, the Prime Minister is under increasing pressure to cut taxes and admits the burden must come down. Well, let's talk to the Secretary of State for Northern Ireland, Brandon Lewis, who joins us now. Minister, good to see you, as always. There is a lot of pressure, a lot of calls with the cost of living crisis for more to be done and to be done quickly. Why are we not seeing it?
Well, look, I would argue, Stephen, we are seeing it. It's only a few weeks ago the Chancellor outlined a package of support for people that brings our total of support with this challenge people are seeing with global inflation pressures to about £37 billion. And it's only just next month that we'll see effectively a tax reduction for about 70% of the working population with that increase in the national insurance threshold. But look, what you outlined at the beginning is right. The Prime Minister has said, the Chancellor said, as a low tax Conservative, I want to see lower taxes as we go forward. Our duty as a government and as a Conservative party is to do that in a fiscally responsible way. So we make sure we're using taxpayers' money wisely to get as much of it as possible into people's pockets in the future.
I mean, if you read the newspapers today, as I'm sure you probably already have, they would have us believe that the Tory party itself is in such disarray, they're calling it civil war. Is it that bad?
No, not at all. Look, I've been in Parliament, I've been in Northern Ireland this week as well, but I was in Parliament a fair part of this week. And look, we had the vote on Monday, but colleagues very much, we're Democrats. We respect that decision. All colleagues, as I've seen it, have respected that decision. We got a good vote for the Prime Minister, actually a bigger vote of colleagues than he got when he won the leadership. And people come back together. Look, I was chairman of the Conservative Party for a fair while. One of the things I know is we are a very big, broad, open church. That means at times different people will have different views on things, but ultimately we come together to deliver for people across the United Kingdom, and that's what we'll focus on doing in the weeks and months and years ahead.
Look, I've got to ask you, you said you were in Northern Ireland this week. There is an issue, isn't there, in terms of the protocol? I mean, are we making any progress on that? Because obviously it's crucial to the devolved government there getting back to work.
No, absolutely right, Stephen. It is absolutely crucial. It is fundamentally what is stopping the Northern Ireland Assembly and the Executive getting back up and running. And at the moment, the way the protocol is working, the way the EU want to see it implemented, is fundamentally undermining the Belfast Good Friday Agreement that has given us now 24 years of peace and growing prosperity in Northern Ireland. We've got to fix that. It's damaging for businesses and for people in Northern Ireland, and we've got to fix it. So we will be laying out tomorrow, as we said we would do, we're going to lay out some legislation tomorrow that will resolve those issues with the Northern Ireland Protocol in a way that protects and respects the Belfast Good Friday Agreement.
I mean, there are lots of announcements going on at the moment, and as you say, you're going to lay out that policy. But how credible can you possibly be whilst the headlines are still dominated with what appears to be, as I said earlier, a sort of civil war within the Tory party, and definitely so many of your own MPs disgruntled with the Prime Minister?
Look, for me, I think it's about doing what I've seen, I have to say, day in, day out, is where the Prime Minister's focus is, which is getting on with the job that we have got, making what are sometimes big, difficult decisions that you have to make when you're in government. We have never shied away from doing to make lives better for people in the future. That's what, there's some announcements already this week, what the delivery of this legislation tomorrow is about for the people in Northern Ireland. Of course, it affects everybody in the UK. There's a lot of businesses, over 200 in Great Britain, who are now not supplying Northern Ireland because of the protocol. We've got to resolve these things, and we're getting on with doing that. Getting on with the job of delivering for people across the country, particularly at a time where we're seeing such pressure through global inflation and, of course, the war in Ukraine. I think it's more important than ever that we come together and we get back to focus on the issues that are going to make people's lives better.
In terms of that, though, do we need more meat on the bones, as it were? Because a lot of things seem to have been outlined over the last few days. I mean, including this white paper which has been leaked, which we're expecting to see tomorrow, about food security, food policy for England, presumably meant to keep the farmers happy, and they seem to be up in arms. I mean, the concern seems to be that there's an outline of a policy, but actually not enough, as I say, not enough meat on the bones.
Well, people will see the meat on the bones as we move forward. Look, we've come through a period of, obviously, we had COVID pressures, we've had issues in Afghanistan, obviously with Ukraine, we've had to deal with as a government. We've also been very focused on getting ready to be able to deliver these issues, some of which were set out in our manifesto, some of which are dealing with these pressures that we're seeing, as I say, internationally and globally as a result of COVID in Ukraine and that global inflation pressure that I've talked about. So we're setting that out. Look, I think on foods, the food strategy, it's going to be a really important strategy. I think it's something that will highlight that we need to have better food security in this country. I think it's right that as a public sector we're doing what we can to support UK farmers and agriculture, and actually making sure that where we can the public sector is buying UK food and high quality product for people. I think that's a good thing for us as a country, and it'll be good for our agricultural industry as well. And I represent a part of the world that's very heavily agricultural, and I hope that when they see the details of this they'll be keen to support it and see that it's going to deliver for them as businesses as well as for the public who are buying that product. And I think there is a craving out there to see better, high quality, more British products on our shelves.
Minister, really good to talk to you as always. Thank you.
Thank you. And I do apologise, by the way, if there are noises off. We had a very blowy microphone there on Brandon Lewis, and then earlier one of our cameras fell over and smashed glass all over the studio floor. So if you can hear the chinking of glass, it's because we're trying to clear that up.
It was, you know, I was in at the time, and it just there was nobody in the studio. And it just sort of collapsed on its own.
That's weird.
Weird. Maybe we've got a
virus.
I was thinking a ghost, but a virus.
Yeah. It was a planted virus. Maybe the BBC have planted a virus in our systems. And our cameras are going to just go over one by one. But we'll try and stick with you.
You can guarantee that's going to make the Express online later today. It's the sort of story they like. Oh, dear me. Now, back to more serious matters, because campaigners against the government's policy to send migrants to Rwanda say they'll now take their fight to the Court of Appeal tomorrow.
Yes, and of course that comes after the High Court last week said the first flight to take asylum seekers from the UK to Rwanda could go ahead.
Let's talk through all of this with GB News presenter Nigel Farage. Morning to you, Nigel. Look, I mean, do you understand on what basis they're bringing an appeal, since as the High Court seemed to say this was, as far as they were concerned, a perfectly legal strategy at the end of last week?
Yeah, well, as you know, in our law, you can appeal. I think my concern is this: that here we have a government policy that has overwhelming public support, but we have something called the Human Rights Act, which was passed into law nearly 25 years ago. It's the incorporation of the European Convention on Human Rights into UK law. And it's very difficult to judge what will happen tomorrow, because there are various articles, such as Article 8, the right to a family life. And if somebody says, look, my fifth cousin removed lives in Leeds, and therefore I can't be sent, well, sometimes the judgment comes down in favour of that request. So I personally think that the Rwanda policy, if implemented, would make a huge difference to what's going on in the English Channel. I just fear that unless we repeal the Human Rights Act, we're never going to know where we are.
And if that were to happen, how would things change? How would we deal with the illegal immigration crisis then?
Well, we have a couple of choices. I mean, you know, look at what Australia did. They had this problem, and 10 years ago they solved it. They began by saying anyone that comes directly to Australia will not be allowed to stay. If you come illegally, you can't stay. They began by shipping people off to Nauru, an island where people were processed, and some did get refugee status, most didn't. And in the end, they just towed the boats back to Indonesia. There was uproar from the UN, the EU, from the whole global elite. But the effect of it was the boats stopped coming, people stopped drowning, the traffickers stopped making money. And in the end, it may well be we simply have to take people straight back to France. They won't like it. There'll be a hue and cry. But we can't go on like this. I mean, we're on course for 100,000 people this year. And you'll always hear poor, desperate people. Well, I've witnessed hundreds of people coming into Dover and landing on Kent beaches. The vast majority are young men. They are clearly coming for economic reasons.
Interestingly, we were talking to someone who was Chief Immigration Officer for the UK based in Calais earlier on this morning. He came out with a couple of interesting suggestions. One of them was an ID card. He said part of the reason that they're leaving mainland Europe and coming here is that it's much easier, because we don't have ID cards, to get into the underground economy here.
Oh, I think with or without ID cards, the underground economy would still exist. There'd still be drug dealing. There'd still be criminality of all sorts. So I don't think an ID card solves it. And the other thing to remember, of course, is we haven't got a clue who any of these people are. When I was out 7 weeks ago with GBNews in the channel filming, we actually filmed people throwing their iPhones and their documents into the English Channel. So there is also a very large national security issue here as well. So I don't think ID cards solve it. I think what solves it is to say, if you come via this route, you will never be granted settled status. But of course, the tough thing with that is you've got Prince Charles, you've got the Archbishop of Canterbury, all sorts of charities, many MPs. I mean, Priti Patel has got a real fight on her hands here.
Nigel, I think we're going to have to leave it there just for time reasons. It's fascinating talking about what seems to be such an insurmountable problem. Thanks very much indeed. Thank you.
Let's bring you up to date with the headlines at 12 minutes past 9. And agency workers could be called in to replace striking rail staff. The government's considering legal changes to allow agency workers to fill in for staff, and it's understood the Transport Secretary hasn't ruled that out. It comes as train drivers are to strike over pay, and that, of course, threatens huge travel disruption in the coming weeks.
The National Farmers Union says the government has stripped to the bone proposals from the review into England's food system. Critics of the government's food strategy for England have described the leaked draft as a half-baked blueprint, with concern over the rejection of a proposal for a tax on sugar and salt. The white paper expected to be released tomorrow.
The family of a teenager killed at his home in Manchester have paid tribute to him, calling him a hero. 15-year-old Jakub Szymanski was stabbed, reportedly trying to protect his mum, who was injured during the attack. It happened in the Miles Platting area on Thursday. The 44-year-old man, known to both victims, has now been arrested on suspicion of murder. Now, 40,000 RMT union members from Network Rail and 13 train operators are still planning to walk out after talks over pay and redundancies broke down.
We're joined now by trade unionist and broadcaster Paul Embury. What's your take on this? I mean, all through the programme we've been talking about this. People are sympathetic to the right to vote, but they're dreading the chaos that it's going to cause.
I think in truth, Anne, I understand entirely where the RMT are coming from. I mean, I'm a trade unionist to my core, I guess I would say that anyway. But I think workers generally are just a bit sick and tired of being told that they have to pay the price for an economic situation that they didn't bring about. You know, we had a decade of austerity. We've now got the cost of living crisis. workers, not just on the railway system, but right across the country, not just in the public sector, the private sector, have been told to tighten their belts now for a decade or more. And, you know, frankly, they're just a bit tired of it. And what the RMT is doing is saying, look, we're not prepared to accept further pay freezes. We're not prepared to accept you running down jobs in this industry and creating more work for people who have to carry out that extra work. Especially when the railway companies, frankly, have been making, you know, pretty high profits, 500 million pounds last year, I think it was. So I
thought the rail industry was on its knees after the pandemic.
Well, I don't think if you're a director of one of the railway franchises, Stephen, I don't think you are on your knees particularly. And I think what the RMT are saying is, look, we are not prepared as a trade union for our members to continue paying an economic price. You know, we have got a big gap between rich and poor in this country. There's a myth, I think, around this whole dispute that it's all about rich train drivers trying to feather their own nest and get even more money. Actually, if you look at the groups of workers who have been balloted here, it's workers right across the railway system. It's cleaners, it's clerical.
Yeah, the train drivers do pretty well, but there's an awful lot of other staff who don't.
There's lots of other staff who don't earn anything like the amount that train drivers earn. And I think the RMT released figures the other day where they said the average pay of their members is £33,000 a year. So look, I mean, look, nobody wants a strike. I've been on strike a number of times in the fire service. It's not pleasant. If you're somebody going on strike, you're losing money yourself by definition. Of course, you're not being paid. So what I would say is, look, the government has got to understand, and the railway companies have got to understand the pressures that are on people at the moment, and instead of inflaming the rhetoric, get round the table and try to hammer out a settlement.
Well, whilst we have had some people saying, yeah, we support that, we've had a lot of people getting in touch saying, no, we don't. You know, this is not the time to be doing it. This is going to cause mass inconvenience. I mean, what is the benefit of a strike if you don't actually have an overwhelming public support while you do it?
I mean, taking strike action, by definition, causes disruption to operations. It has to, let's be blunt. If
there's no point in doing it otherwise.
Absolutely no point. So when government ministers and others say, you know, this is wrong, it's going to cause disruption, well, that is, you know, that's the purpose of taking strike action. It's about whether or not it's justified. And look, I mean, I've been an active trade unionist for over 20 years. Whenever I've been involved in strike action myself or supported other strike campaigns, people will always say it's wrong, it's unfair, it's going to disrupt operations, you're shooting yourself in the foot. But the truth is, strike action does often work. You can often force concessions out of employers and government in a way that you wouldn't if you didn't take action. And the truth is, historically, nothing has ever been handed to workers on a plate. I mean, the advances made by working class people in this country have invariably come about because people have been prepared to act collectively and fight for justice in the workplace.
I think it's the feeling of injustice that gets people, isn't it, and probably motivates people to strike where they wouldn't want to. It's just that, I mean, I was going to say, is this, maybe this is a time post-pandemic where you're actually lucky to have a job at all. On the other hand, when you hear of employers and industries making vast profits, why can't the government do something about that in order to appease the workers?
I agree, and it shouldn't be a race to the bottom. You know, I would say to any worker who's not well paid and wants to attack railway workers for trying to get a little bit more, I don't think it's a valid argument to say, well, I'm not well paid, so you shouldn't be either, because that is a race to the bottom. And it's about, I think, campaigning for decent pay and conditions of service for everybody in the workplace. Now, if the RMT are prepared to blaze a bit of a trail on that, which others can then use that as a bit of a kind of benchmark to fight for their own campaign for justice and decent pay, that wouldn't necessarily be a bad thing.
You could understand people's concerns. I mean, I was talking earlier on about the 70s when the country ground to a halt, but I was thinking even more recently than that. I mean, 10, 15 years ago when I was living in London, and there were tube strikes continually. It's like whatever was offered wasn't enough, so we'll strike. We will strike until we absolutely get what we want, seemed to be the message back then. And that, you can understand why that puts people's backs up.
Look, I mean, I'm not oblivious to the fact that when workers in an essential service do take strike action, it can have a real impact on people's personal lives. It creates difficulty for people. I'm not oblivious to that. But I would simply say to people, look, understand the reasons for the strike action taking place in the first place. You know, workers only ever take strike action. They don't do it lightly. I mean, first of all, they have to have a democratic ballot. And especially now with the law requiring certain thresholds, it's not easy to take strike action in this country.
No, and one of our viewers got in touch yesterday and said they'd been on strike several times. You never make up the lost pay. You always suffer through a strike. Even if you achieve a pay rise at the end of it, you never make up the pay you lost during the strike.
I think, I mean, I think in some cases that's probably true. And, you know, in many respects, when I took strike action as a firefighter, as I did on a few occasions, it's an agonising decision, actually. You know, it's not just from the moral point of view, but, you know, you're going to lose out financially and, you know, your family may well suffer for that. The point that I would make, I mean, I've heard lots of rhetoric over the last few days about union barons, 1970s union barons taking workers out. It's not how it works anymore. If you have a strike in this country, it's not some union honcho who says to people, come on, everybody out, you know, like it may have been once upon a time. It's now a very, very convoluted process. It's a secret ballot to your home address. Everybody has to cast that vote in secret. And if you get a majority voting yes, then it's the members who have decided democratically to take strike action. It's not the senior union officials. So you know, I don't want to see a strike, but at the end of the day, it's about recognising what the underlying motives are for the strike and coming to some sort of compromise.
OK. Paul, thank you. See you at 10?
Yes, looking forward to it. Yeah.
Lovely stuff.
Yes,
thank you.
Yeah. Right, well, do stay with us. We've got plenty more to come, including catching up with former GB and Jamaican swimmer Michael Gunning, who's got a lot to say.
Looking at the weather then, the UK is generally fine. Some scattered showers, though a dry day for many. Here are the details.
A chance of the odd shower for northern coasts during this morning across southwest England, though it will be mainly dry for much of the region with sunny spells.
Across southeast England, a fine morning with sunny spells, a low risk of seeing an isolated shower for a time.
And a calmer day across Wales than yesterday, though it will still be breezy in the north of the country. Generally fine with just the odd shower this morning.
Now, across to the Midlands, it's going to be a fine start to the day. The odd isolated shower at first, so there will be sunny spells as well. Feeling quite pleasant in the sunshine.
And there will be lighter winds across northeast England than yesterday. It'll be a fine day, some scattered showers around this morning, though there will be sunny spells in between.
A drier day across Scotland than yesterday. Winds easing as well, though there will be 1 or 2 scattered showers, particularly in the north and west, but sunny spells as well.
A mixture of sunny spells and scattered showers for Northern Ireland as well this morning. Winds will start to ease, though, and it will still be a bit breezy to start the day. A generally fine afternoon then, right across the UK, though there will still be scattered showers mainly in the northwest. And that's your weather today.
We are GB News.
We're right across this great nation.
On TV,
on radio, on digital.
Absolutely everywhere. We don't talk down to you.
We embrace all voices.
With honest and civilised conversation.
We're not part of the establishment.
We're one of you.
And we're only getting started.
Join us on GB News,
The People's Channel.
Britain's news channel.
Every morning from 6 o'clock, we'll wake you up with GB News Breakfast with all the stories you didn't know from the night before.
So whether it's serious news, entertainment, or your own views from all over our great nation, we're here to kick off your day with a smile.
And the national media should be reflecting and reporting what's happening here.
You will notice the northwestern accents.
Whether you're with us on TV, radio, or online, every morning, it's breakfast from 6 a.m. Hope you can join us.
Join us for Ministry of Offence, the comedy panel show that's just like the news, in that the left fights the right and it doesn't really seem to matter who wins. We cover the big stories. It was in fact a troop of baboons and not angry vegans.
I like that.
And the really important stories.
Fat naked cow gets stuck in swimming pool.
It's a headline in a lot of local newspapers. Yeah.
we're on the same team, Nick. Yeah, but I'm just helping you.
Join us for Ministry of Offence, Saturday nights, 8 o'clock on GB News.
I'm Dan Wootton. Join me Monday to Thursday from 9 to 11 for the feistiest and most fun news debate on TV, where free speech reigns. I'll bring you a sharp take on the day's biggest stories, bombshell newsmaker interviews, and A-list guests. And I guarantee you, no spin, no bias, no censorship, and no reason to go to bed. That's Dan Wootton Tonight, Monday to Thursdays from 9 on GB News.
"9:25 morning. You're watching and listening to Breakfast with Stephen and Anne on your TV and your radio and online right across the UK and indeed right across the world.
And we're looking forward to a heat wave at the end of the week, apparently. I know it's going to be almost too hot for some people, but maybe it'll be your chance to get to a beach somewhere and get in the sea.
Yes.
And we're going to talk swimming now, because international competitive swimmer Michael Gunning has represented Great Britain and Jamaica, but is now retiring from his sport and wants others to learn from the racism and homophobia he's had to contend with throughout his career.
Yeah, he's here in the studio now. Morning to you.
Good morning.
How old are you to retire?
I'm 28.
Oh, wow. Look, tell us about because what I'm really surprised to hear is that throughout your career, you've had racism and homophobia. I mean, I would have thought, A, a lot of that was past us now, and B, particularly in the world of swimming, which does seem to be maybe not on the race side diverse, but on the sexuality side pretty diverse.
Yeah, you know, I think when I was younger, I think having that representation is so important, and I never really saw that in the swimming pool. There really wasn't many black and mixed race swimmers, you know, competing and training with me. So I think for a long time I felt quite alone. But I think on top of that as well, with my sexuality, you know, obviously we have got Tom Daley, we've got so many amazing athletes now coming out and, you know, feeling like they can be their true self. But, you know, back in, you know, when I was younger, I never had that. So I almost felt like I had to suppress my sexuality. And, you know, I think Pride Month, this month, is all about, you know, just trying to get people to feel authentically them and happy. And
who do we have to thank for you getting in the water in the first place? I mean, how did it start out?
Yeah, my parents, I think, you know, they couldn't really swim when they were younger, and almost like a little bit of a fear. So my dad's Jamaican, my mum's British, so really kind of pushed us into swimming just to try and learn the skill, and, you know, kind of hated that first initial cold water, but as soon as I was in, I loved it.
There is this perception, is it right or wrong, that black communities are sort of less likely to be swimmers as they get older?
Yeah, why would that be?
Yeah, you know, I think really it's, you know, different stereotypes and, you know, almost the myths of, you know, people can't swim, black people can't swim, black people sink in water. And I think, you know, one of my missions now that I've now retired is just to try and change that, you know, show people that anyone can swim, swimming's for anyone.
Yeah.
You know, I just don't understand where that would have come from.
I know, I think...
Is it just a nasty slur or something? Or it's this idea that black people they're not interested in swimming, they don't swim.
Yeah, I think, you know, when you look at the Olympics and all the major competitions, you look at, you know, who's winning the medals and, you know, Great Britain don't really have a history of, you know, black swimmers, and across the world, you know,
United States does, though. There have been some
famous we've
swimmers.
got a couple of swimmers out there, and I think, you know, we're slowly starting to see that representation. So I think the more that we can kind of get rid of that myth and show people that, you know, swimming is for everyone. Hopefully.
So have you had that in your career? Have you actually sort of had people, oh, you're a swimmer, really? You're black, you're not meant to be able to swim?
Yeah, I think, you know, obviously because I represented Jamaica as well, very lucky to represent two of my nationalities, but people used to say, you know, you should stay on the athletics track, you know, you should do things that you succeed at. And, you know, sometimes I did used to believe it and think, should I be doing something else? Should I be doing running? But, you know, ultimately, you know, going to nationals, going on to the international stage that I have, I think, you know, swimming is such a good sport that everyone should do it.
How do you go about, you say you want to look at sort of tackling some of these issues, the racism and the homophobia and things. How do you go out getting people to believe that we should all just be our true selves? Because there will be people watching and listening right now who struggle with, they still find this a very difficult area to deal with.
Yeah, you know, I think it is hard for many people. I think sometimes you know, try to group it in and think everyone's experiences are the same, but they're really not. You know, there's still so many people around the UK who can't be their authentic self, you know, and especially, you know, around the, obviously, Commonwealth Games is coming up as well, which I'm really excited for. There's still, you know, 36 countries out of 54 countries in the Commonwealth Games that have homophobic laws. So I think really we need to be trying to, you know, reach out to government, try and really pull together and unite together to see what we can do to, you know, make people be able to be themselves and speak up about, you know, their identity.
Well, they always say, don't they, that it's something sport can do very well because you do travel the world to take part in various competitions, and what you're doing is taking the message with you.
Yeah, no, definitely. And I think, especially with swimming as well, I've kind of got many different things, many strings to my bow as such. And, I'm trying to get more black people learning to swim, more people from different diverse areas learning to swim. And, that ultimately is all about just being yourself, bringing your full self to swimming, to school, to work, whatever it is, just being true to you and, ultimately just, living the best life possible.
The problem is, sorry, I was going to say, the problem is with getting black kids as well as anyone else into the swimming pool is that schools used to have swimming lessons and schools used to do all of that stuff. So you would naturally just take everybody who's in the class and shove them in the pool. But it's not that way anymore, is it? It's now you've got to join a swimming club. So there's that desire to actually learn to swim has to come from the parents almost, doesn't it?
Yeah, I think there's many different issues with different funding issues. And I think just, the fear of swimming. I think when there's so many other sports out there, swimming does bring a bit of a fear and, drowning and will they be safe? But ultimately, the teachers are there to do, their great job and, protect the...
You're only safe against drowning if you know how to swim, aren't you?
Exactly.
Yeah, but with that right support, I think if I hadn't have learnt when I was younger, I would have really struggled. And I think that's why my parents, encouraged me to do it because it's not only, I know that swimming is a sport, but it's a skill, it can save your life.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And it's a lot of fun. So I was saying to you earlier on, I'm not overly confident in the water. I just never was. But I can swim, and it is nice as long as it's not too splashy around me. I'm all right in the pool. It's nice to be in the pool.
Yeah.
Especially if the weather's hot.
It's so good for your mental health as well. And I think, with the nice weather coming, I think more people will want to go out. And I think it's just about being safe. It's about being aware, staying with people that are stronger swimmers. And, hopefully, if you do have children, encourage them to learn to swim. And, so when it does come to, open water and different things that are nice in the sunshine, that they are safe.
Yeah.
And you're retiring. I was going to say, you're retiring at 28. What do you do next? I suppose become an ambassador for the sport as much as anything else.
Yeah, with my dual nationality, I'm really looking forward to the Commonwealth Games. Obviously, Jamaica are coming over, and obviously with it being in Birmingham, a home game. So, yeah, just really looking forward to being on the other side now and hopefully making an impact in whatever I do.
Yes, but you're 28. You're 28, and I know you never made it to an Olympics, but never say never.
Oh.
Would you? Are you still going to keep a toe in the water, as it were?
Yeah, you know what? I used to swim so many metres. I used to swim over 80k a week. So I felt like to go to nothing, I do need to keep trim and make sure that I'm doing something. So.
80k a week?
Wow.
Wow.
Yeah.
OK.
That's the difference between the likes of us. It's a shame. Look, Michael, it's really good to see you this morning. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
Oh, it is nice to be in the pool.
It's lovely, especially when the weather's warm. It's gorgeous, isn't it?
It's that whole sort of cool-off thing.
Yeah. Well, I think we're water animals, aren't we, us humans? Well, apparently, the way the little hairs grow on your face, all suggest, and on your arms and everything, that the direction little hairs grow and there are all sorts of other things, suggest that we are always a waterborne species.
Oh, there you go.
I know no more than that.
Do you like those bars that have, the pools that have bars in, on the edge?
Yeah, what you mean you can hold on to?
No, bar.
Oh, yeah.
The little bar stool.
Swim-up bars.
Swim-up bars.
Copacabana type stuff.
Yeah.
Yes, lovely.
Sounds nice, doesn't it?
That's the perfect hole.
That would be nice. We get the swimming, just sit there in the water and have a daiquiri. Look, lots more coming up. We're going to bring you up to date with all the sport and all the showbiz with Stephanie and Aidan. That's in a couple of minutes.
We are GB News.
We're right across this great nation.
On TV,
on radio, on digital.
Absolutely everywhere. We don't talk down to you.
We embrace all voices.
With honest and civilised conversation.
We're not part of the establishment.
We're one of you. And we're only getting started.
Join us on GB News,
the People's Channel.
Britain's news channel.
Every morning from 6 o'clock, we'll wake you up with GB News Breakfast with all the stories you didn't know from the night before.
So whether it's serious news, entertainment, or your own views from all over our great nation, we're here to kick off your day with a smile.
And the national media should be reflecting and reporting what's happening here.
You will notice the northwestern accents.
Whether you're with us on TV, radio, or online, every morning, it's breakfast from 6 a.m. Hope you can join us.
Join us for Ministry of Offence, the comedy panel show that's just like the news, in that the left fights the right and it doesn't really seem to matter who wins. We cover the big stories. It was in fact a troop of baboons and not angry vegans.
I like that.
And the really important stories.
Fat naked cow gets stuck in swimming pool.
It's a headline in a lot of local newspapers. Yeah.
We're on the same team, Nick. Yeah, but I'm just helping you.
Join us for Ministry of Offence, Saturday nights, 8 o'clock on GB News.
I'm Dan Wootton. Join me Monday to Thursday from 9 to 11 for the feistiest and most fun news debate on TV, where free speech reigns. I'll bring you a sharp take on the day's biggest stories, bombshell newsmaker interviews, and A-list guests. And I guarantee you, no spin, no bias, no censorship, and no reason to go to bed. That's Dan Wootton tonight, Monday to Thursdays from 9 on GB News.
What do you fancy a few headlines this morning, Miss Diamond?
I think we should have a few headlines, yes. Let's be businesslike.
Yes, quite right.
Good morning.
9:35. Agency workers could be called in to replace striking rail staff. The government's considering legal changes to allow agency workers to fill in. It's thought the Transport Secretary hasn't ruled that out. It comes as train drivers are going to strike over pay, and that could threaten huge travel disruption over the coming weeks.
The National Farmers Union says the government has stripped to the bone proposals from the review into England's food system. Critics of the government's food strategy for England have described a leaked draft as a half-baked blueprint, with the concern over a rejection of a proposal for tax on sugar and salt. White paper is expected to be released tomorrow.
The family of a teenager who was killed at his home in Manchester has paid tribute to him, calling him a hero. 15-year-old Jakub Szymanski was stabbed while reportedly trying to protect his mother, who was injured during the attack. It happened in the Miles Platting area on Thursday. A 44-year-old man known to both victims has been arrested on suspicion of murder.
And Her Majesty the Queen has become the world's second longest reigning modern monarch. The 96-year-old overtakes Thailand's king, who reigned for 70 years and 126 days. And the longest reigning monarch ever in the whole world is Louis XIV of France, with a 72-year and 110-day reign.
I can't wait till she beats that record.
I wonder if that bothers the Queen. Do you think it does? Do you think she's sitting there thinking, oh, two more years and 110 days, and then I am the record breaker?
I bet she does, you know. I bet she's got a competitive... Well, she likes her horse racing.
Yes,
I bet
she's
got a competitive streak.
She probably has.
Oh, yes. Be nice to. That'd be another party to be had in a couple of years.
Yeah, another excuse for a 4-day weekend. That'd be very nice, wouldn't it?
It would be very nice. Now, what is slightly worrying is that we are fast approaching the longest day of the year. It's just over a week away, which means things start to decline after that, don't they?
Yeah, I feel you're on the wrong side of the summer,
yeah,
don't you?
Do.
Yeah.
But anyway, tourist destinations across the UK are gearing up for what they hope is going to be a hot and profitable summer season.
And with flights cancelled and airports pushed to the brink, more and more of us are planning a staycation this year, adding a welcome boost to an industry that's been on its knees since the pandemic.
Yeah, but there's one group of tourists who haven't found their way back to our shores just yet, as Jeff Moody explains.
Have you noticed something about our Chinese restaurants? You might not be able to put your finger on it, but it's the same in our tourist resorts too. There's hardly any Chinese people.
It's better when they are here, so it's nicer to see them. Yeah.
There are quite a few restaurants which have been shut down. We've noticed a lot more availability.
Absolutely.
It's good when there's Chinese people eating in a Chinese restaurant. That's one of the things that you look for when you come out to a Chinese restaurant.
In 2019, 880,000 of them came to the UK to immerse themselves in the customs of the British. They spent £1.7 billion. But travel out of China is tough right now. The country's lockdown laws depriving a nation of tourists of fulfilling their wanderlust. And they've been missed.
It makes a psychological difference. It's probably about 10% of our visitor economy. But what it does make you feel for the domestic visitors is you are in an international destination. So it's actually sort of adds that appeal when you realise people have come from around the world to visit this place, that it actually makes you feel good that you've actually chosen it.
That feel-good factor, of course, translates into hard cash, and for businesses that rely on Chinese tourists, times are lean, times are lonely. And now they're coming back. The lockdowns have been lifted in China, and 85% of people surveyed said they were planning a trip abroad in the next few weeks and months. Visit Britain is determined to make the most of that now, so that restaurants like these are full of Chinese people too. Nu Xiaoping is the chef at a Chinese restaurant in the New Forest. Before the pandemic, he says, they were always busy, and when the Chinese tourists come back, they'll be busy again. Bi Li Tai is the manager here. He says the Chinese and the English are great friends.
Is a good friend, you know.
He misses them. He hopes they'll return soon. And return they will, if Visit Britain has anything to do with it. They're already drumming up business by asking Chinese tourists to come up with Chinese names for our landmarks. That's the Queen's Driveway, or as we say, the Mall. The tower to pluck the stars, that's what the Chinese call the Shard. The Cernabus giant, well, he's a big white streaker. And Dartmoor, that's the quaint, quirky wilderness. Well, the hope now is our quaint, quirky country will see the Chinese returning en masse, and we can say ni hao to our Chinese friends once again. Jeff Moody, GB News.
Ah, there you go. Ni hao. That's the only... I know ni hao and Beijing Wanying ni.
Ooh, what's that?
Which means Beijing welcomes you, because I went to the Olympics in 2008.
Yes,
It's all I came away with.
That's quite impressive.
Thank you very much.
Buen tiempos para tus caracoles.
Oh, no, is that Danish?
No, it's Spanish. It should have sounded Spanish.
Oh, sorry.
It means good weather for snails. Because last time I went to Spain, it was raining all the time. And this waiter taught me the phrase, because in Spain, apparently, when it rains and rains and rains, the snails come out on everywhere, and they go off picking them. And so, buen tiempos para tus caracoles. Caracoles being snails.
It sounded more Spanish that time.
Yeah, oh, good. All right, thank you.
I know you speak Danish, don't you, as well? Or
Norwegian.
Norwegian.
3 phrases, that's all.
Give us a blast.
Yes.
Go on.
No.
Go on.
No, I have to work at it, so no. Later.
So you can launch a ship in Sweden.
Yeah, but I can't remember how I launched it.
Oh, yeah, you do. Look, time for the biggest showbiz gossip and, well, sporting gossip as well. Stephanie Tetchy and Aidan McGee are here. Good morning.
Good morning, bookends. Your bookends.
We are. Should we talk Andy Murray?
Yeah, why not? I mean, he hasn't won a Grand Slam since 2016. For all the world, it's appeared that he's recoiling from the sport. He's doing something else. He's been on television quite a lot. He's been on, I think he wasn't on Strictly, but he's been appearing on various...
Yeah, his mum was on Strictly.
Yeah, that's right. He's been appearing on various sort of chat shows and things like that. Jonathan Ross, for example, and that's usually a sign that someone's kind of, given the intensity of the tennis schedule, it's usually a sign that someone's withdrawing. But not so, it seems. He's had 2 hip operations since 2016. He reached his first grass court final, first ATP final in 3 years. Yesterday's first grass court one in 5 years. In Stuttgart, he beat Stefanos Tsitsipas, who's the first top 5 player he's defeated in a number of years now. That was in the quarter. Yesterday, he beat Nick Kyrgios, the Australian, the Mercurial Australian, a bit of a temperamental. And he's in the final now against Matteo Berrettini, so that's going to be a tough one as well. But it just looks as if he's maybe looked at the rest of the field. He's looked at Djokovic and thinks, well, what sort of shape's he going to be in Wimbledon, given that the kind of year he's had? Federer's not going to be back until September. He's normally very proficient on grass.
Federer's not doing Wimbledon?
No, he's not doing Wimbledon, no. He's got a knee injury. It's been very slow. We're looking at September for him. It doesn't mean it's going to be the end of it, but even if he did play, he's still 41, and he's knocking on a bit in terms of winning slams. So then we've got Rafa Nadal. Rafa Nadal hasn't really taken Wimbledon seriously in the last 10 years or so. He won it in 2008 and 2010.
He said he's looking forward to it now, though.
Yeah, he always does, but then he dives out in the first round. So sometimes, not always, but I mean, he doesn't back himself to win grass anymore. His body doesn't think he's quite up to it. It's a different surface.
That's what he said, isn't it? He said, it's down to my body. These tennis players have real injury problems.
Well, they do. I mean, but they play on different surfaces. You look at a footballer, they play on the same surface all year round. They can guarantee when they go onto a pitch these days, as we had our grass discussion the other week, that they're going to play on the same surface, whereas you play on hard, you play on plexipave, you play on clay, you play on grass, yeah, you know what you're getting, but your body has to adjust, and sometimes it doesn't have enough time to do that, which is why they're playing grass court tournaments all over Europe this week, leading into Queen's on the 27th of June, and then Wimbledon after that in readiness for the grass court season. So it's very, very difficult. And I think Murray may have secretly had a look around, not secretly, but just surreptitiously had a look around and thought, where are the bombs coming from this season in Wimbledon? Maybe there's a route for me to get to the final, so maybe it could be one of the best sporting comebacks of all time.
Well, Stephanie's body needs to adjust regularly. if you look at her Instagram, because it's going to be... I'm going to be walking on a beach, on a boat, in the water. You have a very glamorous lifestyle. You have a very glamorous lifestyle.
Thank you.
What's Naomi up to?
Naomi Campbell, well, it was a big story in the Mail on Sunday today. She said she was left distraught when she paid a visit to Bulgaria last month, actually, because she feels that she was racially profiled. Oh. She said that out of a group of different people, she was stopped and she was searched. And she said it was just a bad start for her visit to the country.
And she thinks the only reason they picked on her was because of her colour.
Because she's black. And it's weird because, you know, Naomi Campbell has one of the most recognisable faces in the world, but still, she's not even above being racially profiled at an airport.
The trouble is you don't argue with them, do you?
No, you don't. No. Yeah, you do feel the most kind of like...
I mean, there's just no way you can argue and say to them, you've stopped me because of my colour.
She's been famous. She's been in the public eye for 30 years, I would have thought.
Yeah?
Oh, yeah. Not more.
But that doesn't mean they're not going to stop her, does it?
No, certainly not. But I mean, you know, you said most recognisable face. It's not a recent thing. I mean, everyone knows you can't fail to recognise who Naomi Campbell is.
Yeah, well, it goes to show no matter how famous you are, you can be stopped. But I think for Naomi, she definitely feels her colour played a part in it, which is a shame.
Yeah, it is a shame. It is a shame. I
That
wonder
must be horrible experience.
If partly they just stop people, whether it's celebs or footballers, because they recognise them and think, I bet they're not used to being stopped.
Yeah.
Some of them, I find
you do wonder, don't
some
you?
celebs can get an easy route through an airport as well. You know,
you get a VIP route.
I'll tell you a story. About 10 years ago, I was travelling with Chelsea in the Champions League. I was on the team plane going to Lisbon, and I got back. I went through the private terminal with the team because I was travelling with Samsung, who sponsored Chelsea at the time. And I got home, and then about 10 days later, I got a call from the airport saying, "Oh, you left your passport on the plane." I'm thinking, how did I get into the country without a passport then?
Yeah.
And they just sent it to me, and it was fine. It was just when you're travelling with the team. No questions asked.
Oh, this is a life we need to be living.
That's the only way to travel, that is.
That would be nice. I wonder if Tom Cruise ever gets stopped anywhere.
I know the security guy...
but probably to sign autographs, more than likely.
Yeah, but, I mean, there used to be stories in the 60s and 70s and 80s of the Beatles, the Rolling Stones. They had a very hard time getting through customs sometimes.
Yeah, I can imagine. Tom Cruise comes through Gatwick because he goes to the Scientology place.
And he's got his own
in
private helicopter that he just, when he's in the UK, he flies it everywhere. You never, like, I think he went to Ascot or one of those places that he came with his private jet, so...
You still have to go through customs, though, if you're coming in from another country.
Otherwise, you're just a drone, aren't you?
Yeah, well, that's right.
Oh, hardy. He's getting a lot of PR. I mean, the new movie's getting absolutely fantastic reviews, isn't it?
And it's been his most financially...
Which one's this?
Michelin... Top
Gun Maverick.
Yeah.
I thought it was excellent. And I've not even seen the first one.
Yeah.
Oh, haven't you?
I still enjoyed it. I'm going to go back and watch it now.
Does he not look a bit old to be playing?
No, I don't think he does, actually. I thought he would, but then we saw some pictures of him 2 or 3 weeks ago on the red carpet somewhere in the it was in the build-up to that film, because I think he met Prince William.
Yes.
And I thought he looked great there. And of course, you know, you've got special effects, you've got makeup, all the rest of it in the film. He looks fantastic.
He's aged well.
Yes, he has.
And you've got a personal trainer and a personal nutritionist and everything else looking after you.
Is he 58? 58, is he?
He's 60.
No.
60, yeah.
60?
He's 60.
Well,
I think, isn't he? Yeah.
No.
Mind you, he's not a man who's very good at saying sorry, is he?
No, he's not. In an interview with The Times, Simon Pegg and Tom Cruise are quite close friends, and he said that Tom never apologised when he does anything wrong on set. It's a way for him to maintain his authority, he said. So even if you tell Tom Cruise he's done something wrong, he will never apologise. Apparently, Simon Pegg says he just winks and smiles and that's it. And he said to Simon, it's the way I keep authority and you shouldn't apologise.
I can sort of understand that. I think if you're an actor and you're playing a very big, self-confident role where you've got to be the dominant feature, I can understand that, you know, sort of turning around and say, oh, I'm sorry, did I get that wrong? It takes you out of character in a way. You've got to keep your character built up, haven't you?
But I think, you know, when apology is due, you can say sorry, But I guess with Tom Cruise, like I remember during the pandemic, there was that audio that was released of him going mad and stuff. So he seems like he definitely knows how to crack the whip, but won't say sorry when in the wrong.
But you have it. Certain personalities suit certain jobs, don't you? You're in the wrong job if you're top level at sport or acting. If you haven't got a little bit of an ego around you, would you say that's probably right?
I think there is an
Present
ego.
company accepted, of course.
I think it's OK to have an ego, but I think, again, if you're working as a team and an apology's due, give the apology.
Yeah, I would tend to agree. I'm not a fan of ego, got to be honest. I see here from my little screen, the Soap Awards are going to be back.
Well, it was last night, actually.
Oh, there you go, I missed it.
Last night. It was all about...
Who won?
Emmerdale. Emmerdale were the big
really?
winners of the night. They won Best British Soap. And the awards had been away for 2 years due to the pandemic, so it was back in action at London's Hackney Empire yesterday. Emmerdale won 4 awards, and they were near EastEnders, who also picked up 4. But the big person of the night was Letitia Dean, who plays Sharon on EastEnders. So she was awarded with the Astounding Achievement Award because she's played Sharon for almost 40 years.
Yeah,
she's loving it.
I didn't know she was still in it.
Started in January '85, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, she's one of my
She spent her entire sort of adult acting life in one role.
Well, she went away
I've
from
seen
it
her
for a
in
bit.
anything else.
Yeah, there was something she was in on the BBC, I think, where she played a girl in a telephone exchange in like the 50s or something.
Oh, yeah.
And that was when she was on a break. And that actually was, I can't remember what on earth it was called. It was like 20 years ago, but it was very good. It was very
But that's what typecasting is about. I mean, if she was in something else, she would always be Sharon.
Sharon.
To me.
Yeah. Kylie's still the girl from Ramsay Street for me. And Neighbours has just filmed its last ever episode.
Yeah,
hasn't
they
it?
released a picture yesterday of all of the cast together, and Kylie recently said it was quite emotional driving down Ramsay Street again. She felt like she was 19 again. It was like paying homage to where she first started out.
There's a video on YouTube of me interviewing her for the first time ever when none of us had really heard of her. Because I was in Australia and she was the guest on the programme.
88 would have been?
Must have been, because she was just saying she was thinking of leaving Neighbours and trying to start as a pop star. And, of course, in those days, people used to do that. You think, oh, yeah, try your hand as a pop star, girl, let's see what happens.
There was almost like it was a pathway, wasn't it? You go to Stockhaven and Waterman.
That's right.
Jason Donovan did the same thing.
Exactly what she did,
And a few others.
And look at what happened to her.
She had star quality from back then.
She was lovely and bubbly and had lots to say and was fun to interview.
Yeah.
But I didn't hear her sing at the time, but it was just so funny to think that that's what she actually says in the interview. Well, I'm thinking of leaving and maybe trying my hat as a pop singer.
It will have been 87, 88, because it was 88 that I should be so lucky.
Yes, that was January.
Well, that's
January
it then,
88.
that was
It was in the charts the same month as I Think We're Alone Now by Tiffany.
How do you know that?
I was at my 10th birthday party and we played it.
Oh, bless!
Really got the party started.
I should be so lucky for my 14th birthday off my Auntie Brenda.
Did you?
As a 7-inch single. That's going how long ago it was.
I miss cassettes.
Oh, cassettes.
Yeah, I keep all my cassettes from the 90s,
What, the cassettes?
Yeah, cassettes.
Have you got anything to play them on?
No.
That's the trouble. That's the trouble. Have we got... we have got to... Because I want to talk... Because I used to really dislike J-Lo.
Yeah.
I don't know why. I just went through this stage thinking, that I've come to appreciate her more now.
Why?
I don't know, because I think she's got a bit of tenacity and she's stuck at it.
Yeah.
And I think she's a good actress.
She is. Well, she's a woman of many talents, but this week she's going to be releasing a new Netflix documentary called Halftime, which is going to be looking at her career and also her Super Bowl performance with Shakira last year. And she doesn't mince her words.
Is this the one where they were expected to sort of share the stage or share the time?
And she said that was the worst decision ever. She was, not happy about that. In the new documentary, she talks about how she's been preparing for the halftime to perform there for years and years and years, and having to share it with Shakira was not ideal. They made it work on stage, but their relationship's been a bit frosty since.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So this new documentary that's coming out, you will hear J-Lo speak about it and more.
Oh,
was that the Hollywood Bowl, was it?
Yeah.
Have you ever been?
No.
Oh,
it's on my list of places to go.
been?
No.
Oh, been?
Yeah,
Sounds like a team night out.
Yeah.
It does.
Oh, well.
Right.
Bit of an expensive one.
It's so extraordinary. I went once to see Elton John play at the Hollywood Bowl, and it's just so lovely because we were high up in the fields, the hills surrounding it, and it's just the most magical experience.
Wow.
Yeah.
Oh, I'd love to
Brilliant.
do that.
There are certain places and things you should do.
Yeah, definitely.
In life.
Yeah.
Oh, we should have. Did you fancy it? We should have a team weekend away.
Definitely,
Can we, please?
Definitely, yeah.
Can we talk the bosses into doing a really expensive outside broadcast?
We want to go first class, don't we?
Somewhere really cool.
Oh, yeah. Wouldn't that be lovely?
Any ideas are most welcome, please. GBNews.uk. Where would you like to send us?
Oh,
Don't be rude.
I've had lots of people asking me about my aftershave, by the way, on Twitter.
Yes, you have.
yes.
No, lots of people have been getting in touch saying how much. We had an aftershave conversation about 4 hours ago.
Gary,
because we were saying when Aidan walks in the studio, there's always a lovely waft. Oh. So what are you wearing today, Aidan?
Today I'm wearing one called Creed Viking Cologne. So Viking is a traditional scent that they've had for a number of years. They brought out a lighter cologne version last summer in 2021, and it was a kind of an orange label rather than traditional red. And I went for it. I thought I'm having some of that. And that's my evening one. I'm wearing it today.
There is a nice waft.
It is very nice. Well, you said about evening one. He has evening and daytime stuff. And you mentioned glasses.
Yes, I know people who have evening glasses,
Kelvin.
daytime glasses, morning glasses, gardening glasses.
No, I do not.
Apparently, if you're a glasses wearer, you should have a wardrobe of glasses.
All right, who ever thought? Kelvin got in touch. Morning, Kelvin says, folk who wear different glasses for day, evening and special occasions just want to make a spectacle of themselves.
That was such an easy one, wasn't it? That was
Dad
very
jokes.
good.
You've got to love a dad joke.
You have got to love a dad joke.
Imagine, Aidan, you're quite good at dad jokes, eh?
I do one every week on Phil and Nestor's show.
Do you?
Yeah, what was one I did the other week? I said, they were talking about racehorses, and I said, oh, yeah, they're very much like snowflakes these days. It's not difficult to offend them. They're always taking offence.
Oh, very good.
Yeah,
that's one of my weaker ones.
That's a good one.
Oh, yeah. No point defended it now. You've said it now. Aidan, Stephanie, thank you both.
Brilliant, brilliant. And it's the end of another Sunday breakfast, but there's more, of course, here on GB News throughout the day.
Yeah, up next, of course, for you is the political correction. So all that big political discussion is heading your way in just a couple of minutes. Here's the weather. Looking at the weather then, the UK is generally fine. Some scattered showers, though a dry day for many. Here are the details.
A chance of the odd shower for northern coasts during this morning across southwest England, though it will be mainly dry for much of the region with sunny spells.
Across southeast England, a fine morning with sunny spells, a low risk of seeing an isolated shower for a time.
And a calmer day across Wales than yesterday, though it will still be breezy in the north of the country. Generally fine with just the odd shower this morning.
Now, across to the Midlands, it's going to be a fine start to the day. The odd isolated shower at first, so there will be sunny spells as well. Feeling quite pleasant in the sunshine.
And there will be lighter winds across northeast England than yesterday. It'll be a fine day, some scattered showers around this morning, though there will be sunny spells in between.
A drier day across Scotland than yesterday. Winds easing as well, though there will be 1 or 2 scattered showers, particularly in the north and west, but sunny spells as well.
A mixture of sunny spells and scattered showers for Northern Ireland as well this morning. Winds will start to ease, though, and it will still be a bit breezy to start the day. A generally fine afternoon then, right across the UK, though there will still be scattered showers mainly in the northwest. And that's your weather.
We are GB News.
We're right across this great nation.
On TV,
on radio, on digital.
Absolutely everywhere. We don't talk down to you.
We embrace all voices.
With honest and civilised conversation.
We're not part of the establishment.
We're one of you.
And we're only getting started.
Join us on GB News,
the People's Channel.
Britain's news channel.
Every morning from 6 o'clock, we'll wake you up with GB News Breakfast with all the stories you didn't know from the night before.
So whether it's serious news, entertainment, or your own views from all over our great nation, we're here to kick off your day with a smile.
And the national media should be reflecting and reporting what's happening here.
You will notice the northwestern accents.
Whether you're with us on TV, radio, or online, every morning, it's breakfast from 6 a.m. Hope you can join us.
Join us for Ministry of Offence, the comedy panel show that's just like the news, in that the left fights the right and it doesn't really seem to matter who wins. We cover the big stories. It was, in fact, a troop of baboons and not angry vegans.
I like that.
And the really important stories.
Fat naked cow gets stuck in swimming pool.
It's a headline in a lot of local newspapers. Yeah.
We're on the same team, Nick. Yeah, but I'm just helping you.
Join us for Ministry of Offence, Saturday nights, 8 o'clock on GB News.
I'm Dan Wootton. Join me Monday to Thursday from 9 to 11 for the feistiest and most fun news